Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religion. And we have tonight, of our two brothers that normally get to show up, we have MacTheHuman. Unfortunately, the zebra named Steve, and please do check out his channel. It is an actual website, bigzebra.com, where he does a really interesting take on real things. For comedy purposes. Check him out. Welcome, Maynard Saves, Commander 401, and Wildheart again. Thanks so much. Marty Camejo just showed up. Hi, Marty. How you doing? My favorite witch. Someday I'm going to slay that witch. I'm working on it, but we don't get to talk often enough. She works a lot. She works with animal shelter and animal housing and rescues and things like that. Really big-hearted work that takes a lot of patience and every once in a while results in physical injury. So kudos to you, Marty, for all of your dogitarian and catitarian work.
It's important work.
And your humanitarian heart. Thank you for your big-heartedness. I really appreciate you. She still won't tell me the truth about her age, claiming to be in her 40s. She's obviously in her early 30s. I don't know what she's doing. Maybe it's part of that witch thing. But anyway. Okay, so we don't have anything prepared for you guys. So have a good night. No, instead we're just gonna go off the cuff. I'm gonna make an assertion. And we're going to take from MacTheHuman whatever he's got to say about the assertion, and from the side chat. Is that okay, Mac?
Totally. Beautiful.
Take from the side chat whatever your objections might be. Because if I'm saying something that is incoherent within itself, that is incoherent within the Bible, or is not correspondent to plausible reality, and is not logical in classical logic, I'd love to hear your objection. Okay? So that's what we're going to do tonight. All right. So I'm going to try to choose an assertion about the Bible and religious texts in general to give me a little bit broader scope that Mac hasn't heard from me yet, which means I'm searching my memory banks right now to say something new to Mac's ears. Let's see what we got. Okay. Sorry, reading the side chat. Okay, back to work. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. With you, I've done intended reader Moses. I have not done Aaron. I haven't spoken to you much about Aaron, have I?
Moses' brother.
Yes. And the word brother there is very interesting. It's the idea of actually younger brother. Okay. And it shows dominance in position. But it's also saying pretty much equal footing, like the same kind of a position, two brothers within a family. And you'll see this repeated again and again in the Bible, where angels say, and John in Revelation says, I'm your brother in tribulation. I'm not your master. I'm not your God. And the angel lays their hand on the prophet who has fainted and says, it's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. I know this is a little bit shocking, but everything's going to be okay. And comforts them. Something to that effect. Okay, so tonight I'm going to make the assertion that the reason that Aaron's staff made specifically of almond blooms in the Temple of Solomon is because what the Temple of Solomon is, what the centerpiece means, and who Aaron is, being the younger brother of Moses. And here's the assertion.
Okay.
Solomon's temple is describing the 11 out of 12 signs of the zodiac as the temple, that within the temple is a centerpiece. That centerpiece is a very large basin of water.
That's right.
And not waters. And floating on the waters, floating on the water, are lilies with no stems and no leaves, just the white flowers themselves. And that basin is held up by 12 bulls, which represent the zodiac. And the names of the pillars, yes, they named the pillars on each side of it. There's one pillar on each side, connected by a perceivably what is supposed to be perceived as an unbreakable chain, decorated with pomegranates. The name of one pillar is He Who Will Rule. The name of the other pillar is One, singular, not any one, but a particular one of you. So one of you is connected to He Who Will Rule by an unbreakable chain that has direct reference to a pomegranate, and in laying your almond staff against this centerpiece, it is decided whether or not you are the prophet. A little bit of clarity on that overview. If I took a pomegranate, say as it grows, and I hold it in my hand, and I cut a section out of it, a quarter out of it, I take that section away, what you're going to see is seeds with pink flesh around it, separated by white membrane. All it needs is the almond. If I took an almond and I put it right there in that section I just cut out, all you're missing from a representation of the human head is some googly eyes and a funny little nose and a mouth. It's like cutting this part of my forehead, this part of my head away, removing that section. And if you do that, you're going to see an almond. We call it the pineal gland. Now, the pineal gland is responsible for a lot of weird and interesting things in the human brain. It can actually sense light. It may be a primordial eye. Not primordial isn't the right word. A very ancient form of an eye. When you look at Hinduism and there's another religion, Buddhism. There's the silver cord that comes from this part of the top of the head, not the center, but forward. And the reason they wear a ruby or a red stain here is because it's representative of the third eye, the pineal gland.
Right.
And in fact, that is an intersection to where it's actually located. This third eye of ours, which is literally a third eye. So to say an almond staff is to say the almond that gives you strength and supports you. To say lay your almond staff in the temple is to say assign value to the temple itself in your almond that supports you. And to say something like your almond staff blooms means to experience actual prayer. This makes Aaron, the first one to experience actual prayer. That's the assertion.
Which is just to clarify, which is correlated to the blooming of the pineal gland, or some like kicking into action of the pineal gland, awakening.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Maybe
an awakening of the pineal gland. Yeah.
Okay. Solomon's. I also need clarity on the symbolism of Solomon's temple. It represents the cosmos, right?
Yes.
And it represents the human brain, or at least
across the span of the cosmos, the stars in the water, the deep, the great black deep.
The stars
is the one who will rule, who's irrestricably chained to one of you.
chained through this bridge of pomegranates.
A bridge decorated with pomegranates. Yes. This is why pomegranate and almond appear in the text so much. And the Pope of the Catholic Church imitates this. I don't think they know what it means.
In what way do they?
Go look at
colors?
pictures of the courtyards, the hat.
The hat is almond shaped.
That's an almond. It's a giant almond pointing up at the sky. That's right.
Sure.
The top of his staff is an inverted pine cone, which we call the pineal gland a pineal gland because it looks like a flattened pine cone or an almond that's been shelled.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, this symbolism is just everywhere.
New Genesis Connection has a opinion on this.
Let me bring that up. And New Genesis Connection, who am I interact with a little bit on Ace Theo channel. Check out Ace Theo's channel. I don't agree with there. I'm not endorsing his channel as being perfect, but he's big into acceptance, forgiveness, and ascension, and I'm for that. Richard, in order to be a high priest, you have to be the firstborn. Aaron was the older brother to Moses. Yes, that you have to be a firstborn, I agree with. Does firstborn mean born first? Well, that's actually a problem in the Bible. You will not find one recollection in the Bible of the elder brother being blessed over the younger. Grandpa or dad, right before he dies, always crosses his hands. 100% of the time. You will not find an exception to that. Actually, the younger one is blessed over the older one. Go look at the story of Moses when he becomes a vineyard keeper. One is assigned servitude to the other brothers. He is assigned no lands. He's essentially described as a Levite, a priest. Okay. So it's consistent within the text. It's not consistent within Judaic tradition, which is what you're pointing out, which is fine. Just has nothing to do with the Bible.
I have to say that I
it's
appreciate
new, right?
No, actually, unfortunately not. That's what I was going to say. I appreciate you searching for that, but I have gone down this track with you before, but it's okay. Boy, this is a good one to go down though for me. Like honestly, I didn't really connect it with Aaron at first. I had forgotten that Aaron was the one with the staff in that instance, and not Moses. And I had forgotten the significance of that. So you definitely introduced something new, but the overall story, because it's significant to me, because both times you led me down this track, I can't help but fixate on the image behind you and how pomegranate-like it is, pomegranate seed-like, and the core of the pomegranate has that kind of symmetry. I don't know if that's accidental or if there's a like a fractal nature to the way things are organized.
I'll tell you what I think the answer to that is. I think that our Father purposefully made the pomegranate to be representative of these things. I think that's why it's so weird compared to other tree fruits.
It really is.
It's super weird.
Yeah.
It looks genetically altered to me.
But I believe it's truly in the palm family, which means it's related to the apple and the pear. It's in the rose family then. I'm not sure about that, but it's in a familiar family. It's just a very unfamiliar structure.
Right.
It's also remarkable and delicious and seductive and heavenly.
Pretty darn good food. Yeah.
So
So I think the Christian who says something like Moses probably had a speech impediment. Buzz Bree. Bree knows what that means. When they assume that Moses has a speech impediment, but he does speak when he is wrathful, but only when he's wrathful, is representative of heaven's arrival to the earth. and the Father having been silent, not speaking directly to the people. But he does have a representative, a lesser but a brother, who is speaking for Moses before Moses speaks in wrath. So I think slow to speech means exactly that. I'm waiting to talk.
Wow. Okay, this is one of those moments. If somebody was curating your videos to, you know, have like slam dunk moments where you just like point out exactly what the Bible says and say, look, what if it just means that? This is one of those moments.
What if it means exactly what it reads?
Yeah.
Just what's wrong with that? Why do we have to make something up to explain it?
Oh, that's incredible. Indeed. Okay, so we've got the almond staff, which is obviously metaphorical in the story. The behavior of it is magical and like kind of a scene out of a Narnia story or something.
Very much.
So there's no reason to sort of say literally this is happening or this is what's being described. And so instead we look for the meaning, and the meaning can relate directly to the shape of the thing that's being described, and correlated to a part of our anatomy, which coincidentally has both confounded, entranced, and been disregarded by investigators, you know, as far back in history as I know about. There's pineal gland chatter in almost every like rabbit hole that you go down. Sure. Everybody wants a piece of the pineal gland, you know. It's everything, and it's every pine cone and every symbol, and you know, if you see it at the top of a cast iron fence post, that's a pineal gland. and maybe it is. I mean, maybe. So remember the bit about the conifers in Enoch?
Yep. 14 worldwide. Fact.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, actually, non-deciduous, not conifer, but yeah.
Right. Non-deciduous, implied conifer. I mean, I guess not all non-deciduous are conifer, like eucalyptus, I think, are non-deciduous. But there's this whole idea of types and shadows and signs, you know, kind of baked into reality, even baked into the kind of the you know, the structure of our environment. I don't know. Might be something there too. Might be, you know, you could see the evidence right there in your front yard under your spruce tree. I don't know. That's some wild stuff.
So here's something I found out because of that reading of the text. I looked into brain activity because it's talking about our brain.
Sure.
And I looked into pineal activity, and this is really, really odd. You've heard modern neurological science that says there's this delay between when you cognitively recognize that your brain is doing something and the brain actually doing something. That delay is actually the signals are coming from the pineal gland and surrounding tissues, and it's going out into processing centers of memory and our perception of reality, all of those processes. And then it's in there that you realize you're having the thought. That is that delay. And if you are asked any kind of meaningful question about your belief of any god or gods, or if you're asked about your innermost self, it references that area around the pineal gland, and the pineal gland is what you're actually referencing, which is interesting because apparently it has no memory. It's not where memory is stored. And it has no processing. That's not where processing exists either. So you have electrical signals that are interpreted by processing and memory, and then you speak to it. And if you think about it, this is also your experience. Every time you've had to ask a question, not how do I tie my shoes? You don't ask that. Okay. But how do I cross this raging river that's flooding safely with my Toyota Sentra? Or do I turn around? Do I try to back out 3 miles down this 1-lane road?
Okay.
And you're really faced with some kind of conundrum and you form a question. This is what is going to happen to you. You form a question and you kind of ask it of yourself. You're going to get suggestions. Some of these suggestions are absolute crap. Some of these suggestions are maybe good. But one of these suggestions you're going to judge as the best suggestion. But when we look at that activity in the brain, it's coming from the pineal gland, which has no memory, ability of speech. Yeah, that's where the electricity, that's where the signals are coming from that you're processing. That is the suggestions.
During
which is
the
why I
creation of
say
novel thoughts.
Yes. Which doesn't come from your memory and processing.
I never have done this to you before, Richard, but I'm going to need a citation on that.
Right.
That's a tall claim.
Yes. We send a signal there, it dead ends, and then the suggestions come back out.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty damn crazy. And we perceive them as like organized thoughts and a language that we understand, coming from a part of your brain that can't speak.
Experientially, I can confirm this. This is how I interact with new ideas, for sure.
Sure. Every time.
Absolutely.
But we perceive it as a list of suggestions that we select from and compare to our memory and what's worked in reality in the past, and maybe if it's a moral decision against our morality, etc. And we will pick from those options, which is why I say that I experience free won't.
Right.
I get to select the things I won't do and throw them away. But whatever is their best, I'm going to do that. Because I literally can't think of something better.
Right.
Okay. Pineal gland equals DMT. I think DMT is a chemical that makes a person feel very loving and communal and stuff like that, and is something that the pineal gland does produce, but is not the only thing the pineal gland does. But it does lots of things. There's lots of chemical combinations that are produced by the pineal gland and surrounding tissues, not just DMT. And yes, DMT can make a person have a God experience, a God feeling experience. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Peace and respect, yo. It's skinny. Okay.
I'm okay sharing that I have experienced smoked DMT, and it was unlike any other substance or natural state that I've ever encountered, but it did seem profound and meaningful and important at the time, and really has still resonated with me. The thing about DMT is that when you pursue it, you can score a lot of it at a time, but it only takes a little bit for a very, very big experience. And it's not something that I was really ever wanting to do again. So because it was,
so you have a lot of leftovers right now.
yeah, I don't know if it expires or what, but you know,
I think it
actually,
doesn't.
I've thrown some around the yard and stuff, but it's one of those things. Just you know, take it easy with it. I'm not convinced it has relationships with the pineal gland. I know that that's an assertion that's made about it, but I don't know that that's been demonstrated in any kind of convincing way. But it does seems to be something. Yeah, Maynard, he'll take it off my hands. Yeah, my man. Anyway,
Well, you know, it's give it away or throw it away. It's one of the two.
yeah, yep.
Moving on then. Yeah, so I don't want to dwell on that too long because I want to respect, you know, what you just said there. Okay, so
That.
oh yeah. I mean, I've been tempted to see what would happen with me now that I'm a spiritually open person, which I wasn't just about 10 years ago. Peace and respect, Harple Blues. Okay. I'll have to get you guys those citations. I think what I'm saying is accurate. Of course, I'm not a scientist, but it looks like the surveys we have done, that's what it looks like to me. They say something like it's part of subconscious function. By that they mean that not the parts of the brain that you're aware of. Okay, so it's part of sub. That's why I'm saying, and it's not part of your processing and your memory. It's just not in the right location. Just like it's not part of your eyeballs, and that system.
Interesting.
But it does look like that's what's generating the suggestions that we perceive as our language and whatever.
And that's all of them, the good ones and the bad ones.
Yes.
Presumably.
Yeah, think about your experience.
Yeah, that is my
like
experience.
you'll have suggestions come to you that are so stupid you'd have never thought of that.
Definitely true.
Why? Does that even make sense? That you would have things that are just ridiculous as suggestions when you ask yourself a question?
Yeah.
Why would you even generate such a thought?
Like the simplest things too. Like the question is, you know, should I hit the snooze button and stay in bed, or should I, you know, get up early and go, you know, have breakfast and tackle something early in the morning, you know? And then the answer will be something crazy like turn your phone on and go onto Reddit or something, you know, scroll Reddit for a half hour. Like completely nonsensical, non sequitur sort of response to the essential question, you know.
I get those. I get those every time I ask a question.
Yeah.
One or even sometimes two are going to be just the dumbest idea. But I know I'm not that stupid.
Time. Yeah.
And that doesn't even sound like me.
It's not intellect. No. It's
certainly not intellect. But then it sounds intelligent. Like, how the hell did it know about Reddit?
Right.
What's up with that?
So it's an intelligence.
That's that. When I get information from others that or information comes to me by whatever source that is not the sort of thing I would say, that's outside of my personality range, then I think I didn't say it. Just like I never would have any of these comments that are in the comment section right now, I would not have written exactly that way.
Right. Right.
I mean, I might have had a like thought and written some like thing, but I wouldn't have worded it exactly that way. But I can tell the difference between me and Harple Blues.
Right.
Okay.
It's the refutation of solipsism. You're not that. Yeah. You're not Harple Blues.
Right.
Demonstrably. Or tangibly, at least, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, my experience has been that when I receive some kind of a coded message in a known code that I can understand, that there was a sender,
Right.
and that if I couldn't have written it, then I didn't. Pretty cut and dry stuff. But, and many would argue with me and not like to hear this or whatever, but it looks like, from what I can tell and from my experience, that some part of me says things outside of my personality range. Well, you could say, oh, you have split personality disorder then. Well, that's fine, but I'm not sure I believe there is such a thing.
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, if my brain were hemispherically separated by some surgery or accident, then I could see that sort of thing.
Right.
But as long as they're connected together, I don't see a way for that to happen. And, you know, getting on to like personal revelation, where I've received information from outside of my experience I simply couldn't have experienced.
Right.
I know I didn't invent that.
Right.
When it was true in reality. That simply cannot happen. I mean, I'd ask anyone, go ahead right now or anytime in any of your life, invent something that is, make up something that is true without changing the physical state of affairs. Just make up something that is already true. Go ahead. I dare you. It's just a ridiculous thought. As soon as you look at that, you go, you can't just make up stuff and it'll be true. It's not magic, you know?
Right.
So my overall assertion is that Solomon's temple is talking about this earth and our present situation separated from God. But there is one who actually experiences prayer. He's the first one of all the candidate prophets, and his pineal gland blooms. That is, he actually receives. And everyone else who has been claiming that have been liars.
No one else experiences prayer.
No one else gets that kind of important revelation through prayer. They might experience guidance on a personal level, things that apply to their everyday life, and that is prayer. But like when a TV preacher gets on and prophesies over the whole world saying that he prayed to God, I know he's a liar, or he's Jesus. But it's got to be one or the other of those. Like only Jesus would be prophesying over the whole world. Only Aaron. That is to say, I'm saying Aaron is Jesus.
Moses also is Jesus, right?
Moses represents the connection. Moses is the older brother. Moses is the guide. Moses already has all the answers. Moses is already perfectly righteous, though there's none righteous on the earth. Yeah.
Moses is the one that came before.
Yeah, he's essentially the father or the last Christ in the story.
Right.
And then it's talking about the introduction of his son, his younger brother. Which that story is always the same, you know. That would never need to change.
Right. Yeah, that part just clicks.
I mean, it does for me. It works in the text. Okay, you want a citation, fine, but you don't want 20 of them.
Right.
It's perfectly just to say, oh, show me this scientific survey of brain activity. I think that's actually going to be really easy to do.
I'm sure it would be. I'm sure I could pursue it myself. I mean, I don't really mean to put it on you. I'd be happy to do it myself.
Well, Harple asked me as well.
I don't have any reason. I know you do your research, so. But there's
Harper brought this up. Other animals have pineal glands. That's correct. And I can show you these same kinds of intuitive activities happening in other animals.
Oh, wow.
Amongst each other and with humans. Now you can say they faked it. You can say they're not real scientists. You can say whatever you want, but it's just your rejection when a double-blind survey results in an animal being able to understand things about the human it loves, and with no cues.
Like when it's on its way home. The Rupert
Like dogs that know when their owners are coming home, or there's an African gray that has a relationship with a woman and was able to see through her eyes and talk about it.
I haven't heard about that.
Oh, yeah.
That's...
You want to see some of it?
Yep. Yes, please. That's amazing.
Now, you can say the people were liars and fakers. You can always claim that. No problem. You can.
Of course. Of course.
And yes, they could lie and make it look like this. But they got a whole bunch of people to lie.
Cows do pray.
That was Harple, wasn't it? I can't even see the screen, and I know that was Harple. That's a friend of mine that I see in reality, in physicality, and it's the cows pray thing is an ongoing joke.
I gotcha. Are they antagonistic in general?
My friend? No.
Yeah. Good.
No, we have great argument. He sharpens me. I really appreciate him.
Awesome. Thanks for being here, Harple Blues. And also Maynard Saves and Kirk Harrop. And I'm pretty sure Wild Heart's around somewhere. Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, you can see the screen.
Okay, what do we got here?
Let me put it this way. Let me take this down so we got more room. Let me stop the banner.
I'll hit mute here.
So that we can see a little bit better there. And let me go full screen over here. Just a minute. Okay. People don't like this guy because he struck out on his own and done scientific research. And this is not consensus at all. Okay? But you're going to have to call him a liar by the time you're done seeing this, or you're just going to have to accept that it happens.
Okay.
Anyway, as a result of this, we decided to set up a large-scale controlled experiment. And in this controlled experiment, we had over 100 totally different photographs selected by a third party who was given a list of key words that Nkisi says.
And
so we asked
Nkisi's the
somebody
parrot.
else to pick images corresponding to a list of words we gave him that the parrot knew, and seal them in envelopes, and then shuffle the envelopes and number them. So they were in a random sequence. Nobody knew what was in each envelope. Each one contained a different picture that Amy and I didn't know about. In these experiments, we then Amy, we had two cameras with time codes on them. One camera filming the parrot continuously, the other one in a basement room with all the doors closed, so that it was a soundproofed room in which Amy was filmed on camera, opening these envelopes one by one and looking at each one for 2 minutes at a time. There was a beeper to tell her when the 2-minute period was over. And then after, the parrot, of course, didn't know she was doing this and received no feedback. So we then got 3 independent people to transcribe the tapes, and the transcripts agreed very well. And we've analyzed it all statistically. the results are fantastically above chance. I mean, the odds against chance are thousands, even millions or billions, depending on the method you use, to 1. It's staggeringly significant telepathy results. What I'm going to do, the parrot didn't get it right every time. Sometimes it didn't say anything. Sometimes it spent the whole time of the test shouting to Amy to call her back because it didn't like her leaving the room. It said, come back, why are you growly with me? Because it thought she was annoyed with it because she'd walked out of the room without, for no apparent reason. But in the others, in many of the others, it did say exactly what she was looking at. I have a videotape here which shows some of these experiments. Now this is...
I just want to point out that in that, the parrot was never actually wrong when it responded.
Nice.
Before. I think this is one of the first public showings of this in the United States. And this video is rather hard to believe at first, because what you're going to see is the parrot speaking. We have subtitles which illuminate what the parrot says, because it's not always clear to people. It should be clear to you, but it was made mainly for British audiences. And because the parrot hasn't...
Nice.
The parrot has an American accent, so...
It's for you, Wildheart.
This was done in 2000.
I've been working for several years to train my parrots to understand and use spoken language appropriately. Due to their ability to communicate through meaningful speech, I discovered by accident that they seemed able to read thoughts. They would often describe vocally what I was looking at, reading, or even thinking that they could not have known of any other way. I had never done anything to try to train or reward them for this. They just seemed to do it as part of their expression of our bond. This was happening so frequently that Rupert Sheldrake and I decided to perform these controlled experiments to study it.
Oh, this is really good, Richard. This is really
I know.
Nice.
I don't know how a person would argue with this except call them a liar.
Yeah. And they're strikingly sincere. So you'd only call them a liar if you felt cornered into calling them a liar.
That's what I think. Okay, so there's the two cameras, the same folders.
And that card showed they were synchronized. Amy is now taking one camera downstairs.
I want you to tell me.
Now, it wouldn't have been surprising if the parrot wouldn't talk because she wasn't in the room. That little white thing's the 2-minute timer.
Hey, Mama.
Oh, that's the parrot speaking. Okay.
I want to show you.
That's the parrot talking.
Wow.
Going to show
From now
you.
on, all the words you hear are the parrot.
I'm going to show you.
I'll take your flower. See you later.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to go pick some flowers. Yeah, your mother can pick some flowers. You may go pick some flowers.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to put some pick some flowers. And some pick some flowers. Just go barefoot here and get a flower. Look at pick a flower. Yeah.
So what is this? What does this tell us? What is happening?
My pretty mother.
Oh. Wow. Hmm.
The bird's asking about the timer. Is that your phone?
Right. Wow.
Now it's imitating the timer.
What you doing up there?
This is overwhelming.
Answering machine noise.
So cool. What's your head up?
This is obscure. It's only, we'll have a close-up and you'll see what's going on.
Careful. What's your head up?
There's a guy's head out of the cab window. And that's what Amy was actually looking at when the parrot said, you put your head out.
Oh, can I have your hug? Can I give you a hug? Your hug?
Oh, 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 tickle, tickle, tickle. Oh, 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 I got you. Oh, oh, I got you. Oh, oh. Got you.
Can I have a kiss?
Okay.
Yeah, African greys are another.
I can reach you.
Okay.
Oh my goodness gracious. For this duplication, we began each segment from both cameras' initial startup, with video and audio synchronization continuing uninterrupted through each section to remove any question that this material was recorded simultaneously. So
Right.
that covers that.
Do you want to hear what he says about it?
Yes, please. Yes, this is very interesting.
Well, as you see, this is sort of really off the end of the scale of anything else that's happened. And there are quite a lot of parrots that respond telepathically to their owner's thoughts. There are probably no others quite as advanced as this one. There are many parrots that know when people are telephoning and who call out who's about to telephone before they phone, or parrots that know when people are coming home and actually announce by name the people who are coming. So this is a fascinating area of research, and it's one that's just opening up at the moment.
Thoughts?
Okay, so that's the dog knowing that the owner is coming home, but times a million.
Because it's speaking. The problem is the dog can't speak.
Yeah. And it's being specific. It's being specific about what's being seen in real time.
Mhm.
I think the liar hypothesis has to be thrown out because it's too easily disproved.
Sure.
And so, this is happening. This is a real phenomenon. I think we have to contend with it. I'm not sure what to do with that, though. Are pineal glands something that's primordial? Are they present in
It's ancient.
birds as well? I mean,
Yes.
is this okay? And so this bird has a pineal gland, which is like can be analogous to an antenna or some kind of radio, ham radio, like a sender and receiver kind of a thing.
Although I think that we only have about 3 out of 6 bars of connection. That's how I personally perceive it. Go on.
Okay. But also this bird has this, maybe 2 bars.
It's not guessing.
Right.
At no time is the bird guessing. Sometimes it didn't want to answer.
There is a connection. Right.
But the times that it answers, it's right 100% of the time.
Okay, so that's my thoughts. That bird had demonstrated connections with the reality as it was being perceived in another place,
By another
at the same
being.
time by
Yeah.
another being. It was seen through
Yeah.
somebody else's eyes. Although I think that might be a contrived way to put it. I think that's, or I mean, generously a poetic way to put it, seeing through someone else's eyes. I think that bird it at least indicated also autonomy and some kind of like self-awareness, and
Mhm.
probably knew the difference between its own perception and this other perception. Um, at least if it's analogous to the experience that humans have when they have this alternate perception, then it would have known that there was a distinction between, you know, what it day to day through its eyes and ears and
Just
beak.
real quickly, New Genesis, I'll look into this and get back to you. I'm letting you read that.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm. I like New Genesis Connection. I just found them on Ace Theo's.
That's where I met them.
Yeah, today. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so I guess that's where my thoughts go on all of this, is kind of the mechanics of it all. Like, does it apply to every created being? Does it apply to only mammals and higher? Or, I mean, birds are like evolved dinosaurs. You know, they're they're in the
I'll give you an
reptilian.
example that we use in our culture.
Okay,
A dog knows when you're afraid. That is
that's right.
probably it smelling your pheromones. Do
Okay.
pheromones climb upwind?
Yes.
Pheromones climb upwind against the wind.
Oh no, they go downwind.
So how is a dog always able to do that despite wind direction?
Right. I know.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
the pheromone explanation is a stupid explanation.
Definitely. Well, it can explain some things.
But how is it dogs so often understand our mental state and mood? How is it? Like how old is the saying children and dogs are a good judge of character? How old is that saying? I don't know.
I don't know.
But it seems to be true. But why is it true? Well, it's not because babies have a dog nose and they can smell your pheromones. That ain't it.
So what is it? Is it about dogs specifically? Like, is it not about bears?
I
Is
think
it
you
not about
kind of
wolves?
get that idea backward. That we selected the animals that we wanted to be around us for this ability.
Hmm.
We selected them on purpose because, kind of like the scene of Dances with Wolves, the wolf knew that he wasn't going to try to kill it. He knew he could approach, even though he was hesitant.
Okay.
So we have this natural bond because of this shared ability, and that's why they are the domesticated animals. Yeah, as Maynard said, somehow they sense things.
That is true.
I mean, it's evidently true in our actual experience.
That's right.
I mean, I've had people tell me of dreams that was in real time happening somewhere else and confirmed later.
Right.
I have myself experienced
It's not even
what I can only describe as something like a deja vu, where I knew things I could not know, and they did happen later, and I wrote them down, and it's not and I took notes, and I time stamped things, and I know it's not confirmation bias. I know those things actually happened.
So we grant all of those things. We say Rupert Sheldrake is completely on point. There's evidence of something not fully understood by modern science at work between, like, on a biological level. There's something happening, and it has to do with information being transferred. So things like migratory routes and whether or not somebody that you really love is on their way home, or you know, emotional triggers, things like that. Um, I guess, like, what I'm saying is, like, what does this point to? So we see this phenomenon. Um, what does it mean? You know, since our spirit is created by God, and all living things have spirit, thus each of us is connected to God, and the information is then transferred from one creature of God to another, especially when we.
We'll have to wait for the rest.
That is a good start. That's a good cliffhanger.
I don't want to finish the thought for Kirk. My personal theory on this: we are weak receivers and senders.
Mm.
And all of this is actually going through the Father and his angels.
All of
and
it.
all of it. I think they are being that that cell station, that cell tower, and I think they're trying to show us something.
Are they granulating? Like, are they individualizing? Is it specific for each person, for each receiver?
The message,
Yes.
the information,
Yes.
it looks very personal.
The ideas.
Yes.
When we achieve neurogenesis, when we have a brand new idea,
Think
it's
about
often
it.
bad. But when it's good, when it's really good, is that personalized?
Well,
Is that
let's
for
not
you?
forget that there is a deceiver
I acknowledge that.
who tells me trash
Right.
about you, about myself,
Right.
about people I love all the time.
I know.
In fact, without the deceiver as part of the equation, the whole experience makes no sense. It makes me a horrible monster. But I know that I'm not. I tell you, if I'm responsible for all of my thoughts, I am a horrible thing that should be put down immediately. I am dangerous. I am unstable. I am unreasonable, and I don't love humans.
This is an assertion that you made early on with me, and I still struggle with it.
Which part?
I mean, with the part that I agree with, the part that condemns me in the same way. That part.
Don't we all have to say, I just had a horrible thought, I must be a horrible human being? Don't we
Yeah.
all say that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but I say it.
I've yet to meet someone who doesn't
I don't know if
agree.
we all say it. I know that I say it. I know that I've had horrible thoughts.
Sure.
And I feel ashamed for it, and I wish things were otherwise, you know?
So the total thought, now that Kirk is done typing: since our spirit is created by God and all living things having spirits, thus each of us is connected to God, and the information then is transferred from one creature of God to another, especially when we become aware of such connection and the truth of our Creator. Spoken language is most likely, because we are so dumb, to communicate as we actually should. But we must be so pure in thought to communicate telepathically of our every moment's thoughts. And I think we see that purity in children and animals, frankly.
Do you think they mean dumb as in unable to communicate, like the classical
Literally
Definitely.
compared to what will be perfected or vivified, we are dumb right now. I think
Right.
that's the way Kirk would mean it.
Right. I think you're right.
DB, I don't know that those numbers in the Bible are talking about the age of a being. What were the numbers that were quoted? I have a list of Hebrew numerics then the meanings of them. What were the ones that were quoted? Something like 3 years and 3. Wow, that's you go. Oh, they're 3 years apart. It makes sense that they're brothers and they're 3 years apart. And yeah, that does make sense in gestational periods and stuff like that. But what was it? 4 and 4. Okay, 4 is a more modern way of saying 80. The number 80 is the idea of enduring freedom. The number 3, 3 is the idea of harmony. So to be 83 is to be exemplifying enduring freedom in harmony. I'm not certain it's the age of a person at all. And if you think about Aaron being 83 years old, well, now you're anti-biblical. It says you're not only supposed to be preaching between the ages of 40 and 60. And what do you want to do with that? I mean, if you want to take the numbers as numbers.
Is that right?
He shouldn't be preaching past the age 60.
Just between 40 and 60?
Yeah, 40 to 60. I mean, if you want to include tradition in Judaism, in cohesion with the Bible, 40 to 60, no younger, no older. So what are you going to do with that when he's 83?
Right.
I just have problems with this view, taking it as if it's, when did you quit beating your wife? I've never taken acid in my life. I've always been scared to death of that sort of thing.
Yeah. You guys, one of my earliest cringy conversations with Richard was trying to engage him on the whole psychedelic track, and that's a world I understand and he doesn't. And frankly, I mean, he convinced me that it's not that important. So, I mean, it's okay. Like, important experiences are important. Like, important events in your life are important. Revelations that you've had or understandings that you've had through different experiences are important. But in terms of understanding ancient texts and things like that, it really isn't relevant. It doesn't really apply. The whole like acacia connection to the Old Testament and to ancient texts and stuff is frivolous at best. And it's not that important. Richard isn't an acid head. he's better understood, in my opinion, as kind of a Hebrew head, kind of a language head, like somebody that looks at the ancient texts in a way that's literal and fundamental and not mystical. And I think that that's unusual for well, I was about to say for a strange reason, but it's actually the reason we're talking about tonight. Like, why are the ancient texts often interpreted through imaginative, mystical, magical contexts? Why is that true? When if you choose the alternate and interpret things directly, things become sensible directly. This is almost diametrically opposed to the worldview that's afforded by psychedelics, like LSD and DMT and psilocybin. None of which I'm willing to degrade or diminish in their importance. I think the psychedelic experience can be very profound and very important on people's paths, and it has been for me. So Richard hasn't found the same thing, and it's sort of tangential and not not immediately pertinent to what Richard is talking about. So I'm going to leave it at that. I hope none of that transgressed anything or assumed anything about your worldview, Richard.
You're fine. Okay, the root of the word here that became what they were quoting is shaman, which means to shine. It's an analogy. It means to be causatively or to make oily or gross. Okay, become, make, wax, fat. The derivative word, right? I'm just hitting the back button because I went through all the words.
Mm.
The derivative word is greasy or gross, figuratively rich or fat, lusty or plenteous.
Interesting.
The derivative word from that, plumpness. Okay?
Okay.
In the feminine, apparently, from what I just looked up, plumpness. Also a cardinal number, the number 8 or 80, could be either one, or 18, or 1/8. Could also be 1/8, exactly the same word. Depends on usage. Derivative word, also 18, 80, or fourscore. All right, and we're back to the actual verse. See that? Okay. And the word years, also not what you think. Going to the derivative, we're back to a prime root word. Look no further because that's the end of it. To fold, to duplicate, literally or figuratively, by implication, to transmute, to change, transitive or intransitive, to speak, strike again, to alter or double, be given to change, disguise, be diverse, pervert, prefer, repeat, return, or do a second time. The derivative of that, which is Shawnee, a year, as in a revolution of time, an entire age, a long, old year. So if you wanted to, you could go 1/8 or 1/18 or 1/80th, right, of a singular year, an indefinite span of time, or an age, which is 1,260 years. So please tell me why you're right. To assume in the King James that the translators were correct when they said he was 80 years old is a lot of assumption, guys. Especially when the number 80 to the Jews means enduring freedom. Like the number 8 is the number that follows 7. You already know that 7 means perfection. Right. 80 means strength or fatness above perfect or plumpness. And then 80 AD is the idea of enduring freedom, which is like additionally above fatness, but for a long time. Thus, the idea of multiplying it by 10.
A cup that truly runneth over.
Right. That's more the idea that he's an 83-year-old dude.
Right. Right.
Now, does it make sense that the true prophet of God is overflowing in plumpness with enduring freedom and harmony right. with God? Does that make sense to you at all? Or is it just, he's an old guy? You're welcome to, he's an old guy. You're welcome to it. I just don't think that's what it's about.
His age seems irrelevant.
Yeah, like what's wrong with the prophet being 32?
Right.
Just what's wrong with that? don't Christians believe that Jesus was about 32 at the beginning of his prophecy?
I think
Is that
so.
wrong? It would have been better if he was 82 in some way. Come on.
Right.
His age is not the topic, guys.
Right.
It says one of them, Moses, is living a life of enduring freedom. That would be after ascension into heaven,
Mm-hmm.
and that his younger brother Aaron, who speaks for him when he can't speak, i.e., the prophet, the only God-approved prophet, is living in harmony to the idea of enduring freedom. Harmony with enduring freedom. Come on, guys. It's not that complicated. I don't know.
Who says, "Let my people go"?
Exactly. Of course.
Right.
I mean, what's the name? What's the name Moses mean?
Moses died at 120. You can do
The number 120 means God's elect. That's 100, and 20 redemption. So as a sentence, it's the idea of God elected for redemption. 120. And by that way, the word died right there is not died. That's a bad translation. In fact, it's a very, very bad translation. It's not the idea of dying. It's actually the idea of moving on to another thing or transition. And I can show you that.
That's what Moses means.
What, you just looked it up?
No, I just remembered. Transition, right?
No. That was Cain.
Oh, right. Tell me again what Moses means. I'm
going to do one a little bit better, and I'm going to share it with everybody.
Beautiful.
Let me just find it here. And as far as this goes, there's sometimes that the translators translated multiple words or several words into a singular English word, which is, I can understand why, but it's a little bit, I don't know, lazy or uncreative or something.
Sure.
It's at least uncreative. But when you look up these proper things like Moses, every one of them is going to be the same. I'll show you. Here we have the word Moses.
Okay.
Where did it go? You got a dog in the background. Oh, Moses, Moshe, right there, right? And then if I go back and I look up any other Moses, I'll go really far away from it.
Okay.
Moshe, exactly the same word. Hebrew 4872. So it doesn't matter which one you use when it's like this. You can look up anyone. Moshe, derived from a word. Primitive root. To pull out. To draw out.
To draw out, right.
It's an act.
His pull-out game was strong.
His pull-out game was strong. So it's a literal figurative action.
Okay.
That's what it is. To draw out. By the way, not to be drawn out as the Christians think it means. Not the same thing. He isn't called Moses because he's drawn out of a river. That's just lazy.
He draws out.
He draws out of what?
He draws the people out.
Who draws the people out?
Moses. Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See, it's the same story again, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And you can look up the word Aaron. It works in the story this way. He assists his brother in drawing out of the
Aaron
water.
This. Help me with the Aaron part.
Oh, let's go. Let's find it. We'll just look up Aaron. Easiest thing. Is that 1A or 2? I'm bad at that.
It's 2. Aaron. It's a weird name.
And again, I'll look. I'll find 1. Okay.
Moses
It's Aharon.
Aharo.
Aharon. 175. Well, it's easier to remember 175.
Okay.
And then I'll go back, and I'll go really far away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go all the way to Acts.
Okay. New Testament.
And we'll look up the word Aaron.
Got it.
And therefore, where is it? Oh my gosh. I have to look over here to the left. I forget. I don't know the Hebrew words. I don't know the derivative words that ended up in the Greek or Melchizedek
Right.
and not be called after the order of Aaron.
Put that.
Okay, well, that is actually the word Aaron.
Yep.
And it's Greek too, but
Aaron.
let's look into it. Oh, Hebrew origin 175. Looky there. It's
There
the
it
same
is.
word.
175. Yep.
It's the same word. Okay.
Yep.
It never changes when it's like this.
Yep.
Okay. So Aaron, or something probably pronounced very, very different from what I just attempted.
Lightbringer. Lightbringer?
Yes. I mean, come on, guys. Come on.
What?
Come on, guys. He's the one who does the drawing out, Moses, and his brother Aaron, the Lightbringer. This is not hard. It's the same story over and over again.
Ooh. Holy Moses. Literally.
Yeah. I mean, I could walk up to any Christian and says, who draws the people out?
Yeah.
And who's the light bringer? They're not going to say Moses and Aaron. They're going to say the Father, God, and Jesus. Because they're right.
Yep.
But that's what the story's about.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, every definition in every word throughout this will agree with this reading. There'll be no arguments no matter how many you look up.
Right.
It's all going to fit. I've never found it where it didn't fit. You can even look up like weird words from the story and you look at it and they're like, what the hell is that phrase doing there? And you look it up and it makes perfect sense. It just doesn't make sense in the English, and it makes magic thinking, and it makes people say ridiculous things.
Like what? Give me an example.
I don't know. You can just look up anything. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Let me go back to the actual. Is Hebrews 7:11 okay with you?
Sure.
So let's pick this apart. If therefore perfection were by Levitical priesthood, for under it people receive the law, what further need there that another priest should rise after the order of Melchizedek and not be called after the order of Aaron? How about the word Melchizedek? That's a big, what the hell is that doing there? Stands out like a sore thumb. What are they talking about?
Huge part of the cult tradition too. Melchizedek.
Okay, so before I look up this word, what I'm claiming is that Jesus on the earth, like the Father, right, is following the Father. I think this is so easy biblically to show, it's just ridiculous. Is following the Father. Here, they're saying order of Melchizedek. Let's look up Melchizedek. Melchizedek. It's got a root. Oh, it's got two roots.
Okay.
Melech. Melech means king, which is why I did it first. You got that?
King.
A counseled king.
A counseled
Right.
king. Okay.
Right. You got it? Okay. Going
Got
back
it.
just one step. Derivative word, a king, a royal. Back one step, other word, 6664, tzedek. Looking for the root, found the root word.
Here we go.
Righteousness.
Justified. Righteousness. A righteous
To be
king.
right, in a moral or forensic sense. Clean, clear. Clear of self.
So-
to be or do. Justice. Justified, justified,
A
justified.
good, just king.
A good, a counseled and right, good king.
Counsel. And
Okay.
right. Okay. Okay.
Got that so far?
Yeah.
Derivative word.
I mean, I think I got it all the way, but
Derivative word. I just want to show you how easy this is if you put in the word. The right, natural, moral, or legal, of equity, prosperity. That is to be right and or of righteousness. Okay. So we have Melchizedek,
Melchizedek.
right?
Mm-hmm. My king
Now
is
Melchizedek, right? Melchizedek is the king of Salem and priest of the Most High God.
right.
You know the word shalom.
Yes.
That's the the word Salem is a derivative of the word shalom. Melchizedek is literally in the Bible the king of peace, the king of righteousness. If you look at the description of Melchizedek, and we can very easily, he has no mother, no father, no lineage.
He's God.
No kidding. Now tell me, is
Father,
Jesus
no
of
father,
the,
no lineage? No kidding. No wife.
now tell
no
me, is
mustache,
Jesus
no
Christ of the order of Melchizedek?
host.
Come on, guys.
Yes. Fantastic.
I mean, this thing makes sense within itself. You may not agree that it's true. That's fine. But they ain't really hiding much. Someone strike that bot for me, please. I don't want that to be part of the permanent recording. Otherwise, I really wouldn't care.
No worries. I'll see if I can smash it.
And it doesn't matter where you go in the Bible. If you look at Melchizedek,
Mhm.
Jesus is of the order of Melchizedek. That is, he's of the kind of, part of a group. That's another good question. How can you be in an order by yourself?
Right.
How can you be in an order under Melchizedek, like Melchizedek, but by yourself?
Right. An order is a group.
Right. So if Jesus is of an order, and that order is of Melchizedek, Jesus is part of a group that follows Melchizedek, the most high priest, who is the king of righteousness and the king of peace. I'm sorry, but I just think these things are really obvious. I mean, at one point you were laughing pretty good there just because of the irony of it all. I mean,
yeah, no, honestly, I get joy from it.
I do too. I get really joyous about this stuff. I mean,
It feels, yeah. Well, okay, so I get joyous about the revelation, about the understanding of the ancient text. I also get pretty dismayed about the implications and the predictions. I know that ultimately it's a path towards salvation and redemption for humanity, but I really worry about. I heard you say the other day about the next 5 years being very important, and
I think so.
That's very immediate, Richard.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know you know. I know you don't say that stuff lightly, and it is heavy. You know, people. There will be death. There will be destruction. There will be, if what you're saying, if you know what you're interpreting the text to say is imminent. We're looking at a lot of destruction, a lot of pain and suffering, and that's difficult. That weighs heavy on me. Because it's correlated with the amount of revelation that you present, with the clarity that you present these ancient texts. It's correlated that what you perceive to be predicted is likely to happen. I don't have the same experience of you. As you have had. That goes without saying. I haven't had this David and Goliath transportation. I have sought it. I have prayed for it. I have read David and Goliath several times, and
I don't think you need it. Why would God give you that?
I don't know.
Give you your own experience. He wouldn't give you mine.
Anyway, I'm anxious about the end of the world, So,
well, let me say, first of all, I'm a human being on this earth. I could be completely wrong.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
All right. Let me. And I'm not trying to backstep. I'm not trying to back down from what I've asserted. But in all honesty, there's always the possibility that I have some kind of brain dysfunction that nobody can discern, and I don't know what it is, and that's just the situation at hand. Okay?
Yeah. Going
forward from there, I will be personally fully convinced if Comet C2017 K2 Pan-STARRS splits into 6 pieces circling the moon. I'm sorry, circling the sun. That happens, I am done doubting this is that time. I'm done. 5 pieces of that impact the planet Mercury, knocking it off of its orbit course. I don't see that if that happens, how a person can still go, okay, this is not part of it, and this reading is wrong.
I believe you are already convinced.
Me?
Yes.
I'm fully persuaded. I'm convinced.
Yes. Okay.
But whether or not it's that time, I'm convinced it will happen in this way. But whether or not it's that time, or if I'm waiting for a different comet, a different Hercules.
Okay.
I can't say right now. I could be waiting for a different Hercules, but this one is on the right azimuth, at the right speed, with the right brightness, and in the correct location. Well, that's pretty damn specific, especially when I was talking about it from the story 4 years before we found it. And I have atheist people who will tell you he was talking about that. And they don't think I'm right, but they know that I did speak about it. I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just think that it's true. Okay, now if that splits into 6 pieces, there's the 0.01% of my doubts that are gone. Okay.
I guess I'd be more comfortable if I could put a percentage like that on my doubts. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I'm at.
I don't think that's important.
It's more than 1% though.
Okay, that's fine.
But
you're a skeptical person. That's usually indicative of good, solid thinking. But when people tell me that I'm not well thought out, or that people tell me that I'm not serious, or that I've not studied the text, or that this is inconsistent with reality or inconsistent with the Bible, I'm trying to be polite by not laughing in their face.
Right.
That's me being nice.
Right. Well, I certainly have no interest in asserting any of those things. So you've obviously studied the matter and thought about it.
That's really the funny part. People like Dr. Joshua Bone will say, well, Richard, you really spent time thinking about this and finding a way to justify it. That is not true. Now, I corrected him the first 2 times he said it, but after that, I let it go. I just let him say it. Okay?
You haven't studied the matter.
That's the problem. I haven't studied the matter, and every time I look at anything, it fits. Like today.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what part of the Bible we look at in the definitions that I don't know and haven't looked up. It's going to fit. And I know that because it has every time someone's gone, well, what about this? What about this? What about this?
Right.
And that's happened thousands of times. But I'm only 10 years old in the Bible. I just have not had time to look at and I work, you know?
Sure.
I haven't had time to look up every single word in the Hebrew and look at their etymologies and see if what I'm saying could be true, but I've never found to be wrong. That is, the view I've been given through David and Goliath continues to work.
Mm-hmm.
That's called predictive power.
Right.
That's a strong indicator of something being right.
That's right.
And it doesn't matter. People have actually like brought up stories from the Bible that I had not yet read. I just had not read the story yet. I hadn't had time yet. I have read all of the Bible now.
Mm-hmm.
But I was out arguing with people within weeks of when David and Goliath happened.
Right.
I was immediately going out and sticking my finger in people's faces and people that knew what they were talking about. I mean, one of the first guys I faced off against was a 30-year professor of physics and astronomy who was a lifelong Mormon who knew the Bible inside and out. I was an infant. I was 3 weeks old. And he spent 8 hours after he took the premise quick. He understood it. Because he knows astronomy and he knows the Bible. And I only had to present the idea and the overview, and he was on it like white on rice, man. He was all over it.
Wow.
And I did not know when I met him or when I talked to him about that he was an astronomy and physics professor.
Right.
I didn't know that. I just thought he was the leader of their Mormon church in that little area, right?
Right.
Because I talked to 2 Mormon elders who are youngers, by the way. They're not elders. I don't know why they call them that.
They're never. Yeah.
They're never old.
That's true.
And they said, we don't know what to do with you. Would you talk to our bishop? That's what they call him, a bishop.
Okay.
So I went and met this guy on a whim with no briefing about him or whatever. I just know he's the bishop of their church. And I said, David and Goliath means this. And I gave him a real quick overview. And he went, would you sit with my wife and kids and like kill some time while I look at something?
No kidding.
He started up his computer, went and got about 5 or 6 books off of his shelves, put them down on the desk, spread them out, opened them up. And for 8 hours, he sat there not talking to anybody.
Wow.
And then he got up and said, I can't disprove this, but how does this help anyone? And I was not ready. I was 3 weeks old. I was not ready to answer to him, how does this help someone?
Sure.
Well, what if David and Goliath is describing our near solar system and objects and accurately in coloration, comparative size, comparative distance? I mean, there's some numbers in the story that are accurate to things that people didn't know exist. You know, it was within 20 minutes of David and Goliath happening to me that I was on NASA.gov. And I used the calculator on the computer because I'm no good at math.
Sure.
Would you? We can do it right now, and I'll show you, but it's kind of pointless. 5,000 divided by 600. Those are the weights of the pieces of armament. That's 3.88888. I'm sorry, 3.888 3/8. It doesn't go to infinity.
5,000 divided by
600.
600.
and I entered into Google
Mm-hmm.
3.888.
8.333.
8.333, sorry.
Got you.
A little bit of dyslexia going on there.
No worries.
I entered into Google 8.333,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the two pieces of armament that are mentioned are the brass and the iron
Right.
at those weights.
That's right.
The brassy-looking moon, Io, and the pig iron-looking moon, I'll get it in a second. Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Callisto,
Uh-huh.
so the iron-looking moon and the brassy-looking moon, the photos they still use in our science books today were taken by NASA with a camera whose shutter speed was, want to guess?
Come on.
No, not come on.
Well, I was just searching for it. What's the number?
It was what you just said, 3.888 or 8.3, 8.333.
Yeah, 8.333. Yeah, I still have it on my phone. 8.333. Wow. Sorry, I was caught up with New Genesis's chat.
Yeah.
I can't tell. She seems to be challenging something, but
No, talking about planetary calamities, the gods warring, etc. It's spoken of in several religions. New Genesis is right. New Genesis is wrong about how long a year is, but because it's not 365.25, i.e. leap year, accounted for.
Velikovsky is somebody you're simpatico with, right?
I don't know who that is. I'm not simpatico with anybody as far as I know. I mean, I haven't studied the scholars. I haven't read these theories anywhere. It's just what I read in the Bible. I keep finding it other places.
Right.
I'm not a scholar. Never claimed to be.
Velikovsky is, as I understand it, is the father of the whole electric universe theory.
Oh.
So that's, related to the whole idea that earthquakes can be caused by solar ejecta, and it's definitely related to some of your claims or some of the biblical claims that you've identified.
Okay.
To be more specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've discovered a particle. Look, the Earth's year is 365.25013888 days long. The 25 is accounted for because we can pretty easy, and a lot of calendars have accounted for the 0.25.
Mm-hmm.
However, behind that 0.25, there's two zeros,
right,
that aren't accounted for, and those zeros are actually 0.000138888 days.
Right.
If you multiply that by 1,260 years, or a quote unquote eon, you'll get 30 degrees of reverse progression through the zodiac, which we know is true. Which is how you have the ages of man. That man progresses through these ages in ages of 1,260 years. Sure. I'm sorry, 2,160 years. Okay?
Right. 2160, yeah.
If you multiply the 11 signs of the zodiac that we just went through, you end up with 27,000 and some change years. Go look at the low end of the beginning of Gregorian societies.
Agrarian?
It's the same number. Agrarian societies. It's the same number.
Huh.
That is, since we've been in this form on this earth, is the length of the zodiac.
Wow.
It is. And does the Bible describe the whole zodiac? Well, yes, it does. And the blessing of Israel on his 12 sons.
It definitely does. Yeah. That's blatant. It's not just obvious, it's blatant, it's in your face.
New Genesis, what makes you think this is a history book? What makes you think any of the religious stories are history? I'm never going to go look into the history because I believe it's irrelevant to the story. And you're right. I haven't done my history homework, nor do I care to, nor will I begin to. Well, tell the Jews the zodiac is pagan because there's a Jewish zodiac. I don't know what to tell you. But we can't go on for New Genesis. If you'd like, you could come in. You could probably speak faster than you can write, and I can read.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Come in, New Genesis. I'd love to interface with you too. I mean, if that's okay. My king is said
something has nothing to do with a fractional amount of days. It has everything to do with the precession of the earth around us. That's what I said. The orbit of the earth around the sun is not in whole days because it's a little bit longer than our calendar. You have 5 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever you like.
Totally. Awesome.
And yes, an Earth's singular rotation is a little bit longer than 24 hours, but George, I don't know why you're writing that. Anyway.
That's exactly what Richard was just saying.
Peace and respect, Kirk.
Not more.
We go to this view so we can see people, and Kirk, you're muted.
Kirk.
Just tried to speak.
Oh, the boss lady was asking me a question why I turned the TV off.
Is she watching it?
No, I was watching on the YouTube, and then I saw the StreamYard link pop up, so I switched.
Well, you know you're always welcome in my house.
Yes, and you likewise.
Thank you, sir.
Want to come say hi? I said, do you want to come say hi?
Mac, have you met Kirk? Have you met Mac?
We met the other night. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Really kind soul, Kirk. Hello.
Hey, beautiful.
Thank you.
What's your
Don't feel
name?
too privileged. I say that to all the humans.
Oh, okay. You don't know how to hold it, people.
My real name's Mac. That's Richard. And I think his real name's Kirk. You probably know him, though.
Slightly.
You can say they've hung out together a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
When he's not out here with the dogs.
You guys have dogs?
Yeah, we have 2 Dalmatians.
Nice. I got a
So
12
you guys just
English
what?
Shepherd. I got a 12
Oh.
old English Shepherd. She's so awesome. Her name's Sophia. I named her Wisdom. It's ironic. She's not very wise.
That's what he says about Persephone. He says there's nothing in there. Persephone's 10 months old, and Taz, the spaz, is
Just had a
2.5
download.
months.
Persephone is trying to teach me to speak with her, communicate with her telepathically.
We were
Have
just
you ever
talking
tried
about
that?
I think this was a nudge.
Well, we'll have to see. If you don't mind, I invited someone specific in, and they're here. New Genesis Connection. Go ahead.
This was a
Hi, everybody.
Peace and respect. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, New Genesis.
Oh,
You can-
Oh, there's the Dalmatian. Oh my goodness.
Oh, my.
this is Taz, the spaz. He is 2.5 months old.
Oh my gosh.
He's
I love
adorable.
him so much.
He's
I love
huge.
that.
2.5 months old of that. Oh my gosh. How big is how heavy is he gonna get?
Well, Persephone, she's 10 months old and she's 60 pounds.
Hmm. The last dog I had, it wasn't a dog. I had a half wolf named Lexi, and oh wow, I loved her. I moved up to Pennsylvania and had to give her away, so I really miss her a lot.
My journey with dogs started with I had a half pit, half what are they blue healer, and when she was 4 months old, she was ran over by a neighbor, and so then I started fostering and found a lot of homes for a lot of puppies, and the spirit said to get Persephone, and I got her, and then she's the 10-month-old Dalmatian, and then I was like, well, eventually I'll get a male Dalmatian for her, because it seems like the pits got along, the best with another pit, when we had fosters. I think they just know when they're the same breed.
I don't know about that, but I have a cat named Peach and an African gray parrot named Zimba, and he's a hoot. Anyhow, thank you for inviting me, Richard.
Oh, my pleasure. You were trying to explain to me why I should study history.
Well, it's vitally important. I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm an expert. I don't have a degree in theology or anything. I'm an ordained minister, but I just look at that as an anointing. I've been around for a while. Like I said, I'm 65. When I was 4 years old, I remember my mother being baptized in the St. Clair River in Michigan. And she joined Worldwide Church of God with Garner Ted Armstrong, Herbert W. Armstrong. And that's the way I was raised, to keep the Old Testament feast days, the Sabbath, and everything like that. And I've gone through a lot, done a lot of things. I was in the prison ministry for a while. I've been traveled around the world, but I was baptized on Easter Sunday, which I don't believe in Easter Sunday because it's a pagan holiday, but in my opinion. But I was baptized at the age of 30 on Easter Sunday, and it took, and I have been pretty much on fire ever since, and trying to learn as much as I possibly can. And it's an evolution of a process of things that goes on in your life that you don't know everything at first. And it's like God draws you in and he teaches you things over time. And there are things that you don't know about. And it's like I have really been drawn through a lot of different things, but my history, I was in the military for 10 years in the Michigan Air National Guard. And at the latter part of that point in time, I became a historian. And for some reason, I was really drawn into that because historians are like journalists, actually, investigative journalists, where we had to go out and research all the details, and you could not report something without it being chronologically correct. And you only report details. You don't report your thoughts, your feelings, and all this other stuff, just facts and chronology, period. Mm-hmm. And you have to make those reports out to, be of the benefit of the unit of the military, so that future endeavors or whatever that they're going to do, or missions or whatever, they're not going to screw up. They can look back at history and say, well, this happened and that happened, and we're not going to do this again. So, I mean, I've had to erase a lot of my beliefs over the time and look at the Bible in a different way. And my husband, DB, he is a historian. He has 3 degrees, actually. He's got a degree in education, a master's. and a degree, a bachelor's and a history degree in history and anthropology, and almost close to a PhD, actually. And he's also a genius with an IQ of 160. So it's not easy living with somebody that knows that much sometimes, but he's really very keen at evaluating and observing things that I might not have ever thought of. And I also introduce things to him as well. And he's not a Christian. He says he's a follower of Jesus Christ, but he evaluates things and he looks at things critically all the time. And he looks at details throughout the Bible. And we know that throughout history, Jesus warns us of certain things. And he says, the scribes, they mistranslated a lot of things. They did a lot of things that they shouldn't have done. And I guess when I was 30, I was baptized, and that led me on a trek. And I remembered as a young girl in church listening to the minister in Detroit talking about the books of Immanuel Velikovsky. And he would read some of these things in the congregation. We had like every Saturday a 2.5 or 2 hour sermon or whatever. And I was like going to die and wanted to gnaw my way through the bars to get out of there. But anyhow, I was fascinated by that. And after I was baptized, I went to the local library. And this was in the 80s, 83 or something like that. And I got every single book that man wrote. And there was like 5 or 6 books that he wrote. Ages in Chaos, Worlds in Collision, Earth in Upheaval.
Your pastor preached Velikovsky cosmology?
He didn't preach it. It wasn't like you go to a regular Baptist or Lutheran church or whatever. They didn't conform to that kind of thing. They taught out of the Bible. And this was relevant to him, apparently. And he shared information, put it that way. He didn't preach out of Velikovsky, but he shared information that had to do with end times and certain things. And it stuck in my mind. And I started searching into this. And I read all of Velikovsky's works, and I was just fixated on the Exodus and Moses and things like that, because for some reason in my mind, I knew that in my lifetime, I felt that I was going to go through the Great Tribulation, that this was the end of time. And I see another Exodus coming in my lifetime, and it scares the hell out of me, especially with COVID right now. When you find that I was just listening to a video the other night on the Stu Peters show, this woman, Dr. Jane Ruby, she was interviewing a man that was a board certified embalmer. And he was reporting that almost 80% of the people that he was trying to embalm in funeral homes, that he was not able to embalm them because their blood had clotted to such a degree that they had heart attacks, and he was extracting blood clots, and he actually showed visual pictures of them, that he had extracted blood clots out of human beings that were like 3 to 5 feet long. And they were hard, they were rubbery, and the vaccine is actually the cause of it because it's happening so far. And I've heard so many reports now from close friends and everything. I had somebody die of an unexpected heart attack, and this and this and this is going on. It's causing blood clots, causing neurological problems.
With respect,
pardon me?
Can you bring this back to your contention with Richard's assertions?
Oh, okay.
I feel like you're spinning out on the COVID stuff, and
all right, I'll go back. I apologize for that, but I'm triggered here.
I know.
All right, but basically, I look at we had a year of 360 days that started back from the beginning. You can look at it in Genesis when Noah is on the ark. It talks about 150 days and 30-day months and 5 months and everything like that. And over a period of time, going up to the Exodus, we had, these things happening where it counts the months and the years and everything. You can go into Exodus and you can see also that he says on the 14th day of the month and the 15th day of the month, and it equates it all to 12 months, 30 days, and it goes on and on and on like that. And then at the time of King Hezekiah, he held the time back 15, the calendar or the shadow of the earth back 15 degrees. And he, also, I think he extended his years 15 degrees or whatever. But that is when time changed officially to the Julian calendar, or they had to figure it out, put it that way, because none of the crops and everything were going to work according to the way they had calculated it solar and lunar before. So we are now in a 365 and a quarter day time frame, which was not the way it was originally. So, I mean, people might think I'm crazy, nuts, or whatever, but, I've followed this and I've done, there's more and more research. It's not just like it's limited. It's nations all over the world that recorded the same 360 day calendar.
So Genesis, this is common knowledge to everyone who ever worked for the military.
Pardon me?
This is necessary knowledge for anyone who ever worked for the military, especially in ordering parts. Because
what do you mean it's common knowledge?
Everything you just said is super confirmed by the U.S. military, especially in ordering parts and supplies for maintenance and because the Julian calendar, the Gregorian calendar, the differences between them, I learned this when I was like 20.
What did you learn? I mean, you're saying common knowledge. I'm talking a 360-day year, and you're talking what? I'm not sure if we're talking apples and oranges.
That there was a Julian calendar about when it started,
Mm-hmm.
that it changed to a Gregorian calendar. It includes the 0.25, that we're working on a 365.25, i.e. leap year calendar right now.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you're right. You're not crazy. Nobody thinks so. But if you could continue.
Okay. Well, anyhow, just look at the latitude, longitude of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about a 360-degree Earth. We're talking all of these things that are all lined up with 360 degrees. I mean, my ex-husband, my first husband, he was a military pilot. He flew A-7s and F-4s, and he also was an airline pilot. And American airline pilot, and he's retired and everything like that. And we were in the military together, and then we decided to go. And when we got married, we bought a sailboat. We lived in Puerto Rico for 12 years, but we did some extensive sailing.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you tell me why I need to learn the history that some people think is true in the Bible? That's what I invite you in to do.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your position. Because you are not fully educated on these things. You say that you've only been in for, 6 or 10 years or something like that?
Yeah.
And you're spouting off a lot of things that are just dramatically unrealistic and unreasonable, like trying to go and say that Aaron was the second born when he was actually the firstborn, and there's no such thing as fourscore and 4 years. And
I didn't say there's no such thing as those numbers. I said the Jews look at those numbers in certain specific ways.
Well, Jews don't rule the world. I mean, they have the Talmud. They have a whole lot of things. If you don't know the history of the Old Testament and you're making things up as you go along, you sound crazy, actually. You sound... I mean,
I'm not one that just rattled on for 20 minutes after being invited to make an argument. I don't know how crazy I sound.
Well, you told me you want me to be on here for your specific purpose, but I'm telling you things that you don't know and you don't want to hear it.
I do know them, and I'm fine with them.
I posted the thing on your thing that said you were wrong about Aaron, And you just absolutely exploded on that. And I wouldn't say you exploded, but that's not important. That's irrelevant. That's stupid. That's nobody can teach
In what
me on
way
here.
is Richard wrong about Aaron?
Pardon me?
I just want
The
clarity
age
on
thing. She's talking about the age thing.
It's I mean, you know, if you don't believe what's written in the Old Testament, you have no business teaching. You don't have any business teaching Christianity. You don't have any business teaching Judaism. If you are not going to be conformed to what is at least written in the New or the Old Testament and understand Jewish history, then you're sort of going to be off the mark here, and you're going to be teaching fallacies and misleading people like this young man, Mac, here, and this other man, Kirk. I mean, I've been involved with this for 60 some years, and it's like, this doesn't even make sense to me what you're trying to teach.
Could you pause, please?
But ma'am, you're not even open. You're not even open to being wrong.
I'm open to being wrong because I've been wrong for about over a lot of things, but I also don't want to be deceived. And I'm not teaching. I'm telling people about things that have happened in the history of this world that they're completely unaware of.
Could we please talk about that? Are you trying to tell me that you personally believe everything in the Old Testament is historically accurate and did happen?
I would say I could not possibly be a Christian or qualify myself to be a Christian or a follower of Jesus Christ if I did not have my roots in the Old Testament.
Could you answer the question, though, please?
I did.
No, you said you have your roots in the Old Testament. I asked you if all of it was completely historically accurate.
I believe that the majority of it is probably very accurate. And as I have studied for 60 some years in this Bible and gone over things, the scripture, the Bible interprets the Bible throughout the entire Old Testament. There could be some things that are altered or changed or maybe a little bit off or something like that. But even now over the thoughts that I've had, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? Maybe it's taken me 5, 10, 15, 20, or 30 or 40 years to finally, all of a sudden, the answer is revealed to me. If you have to really wait on God, because he has to build you over a period of time with information to be able to go and build on truth and knowledge. You just don't walk in the door and think that you know everything. It takes time.
Okay,
a long time.
You said majority. What is that word, the way you used it, majority? What does that mean, please?
I would say probably 95 to 98% of everything in the Old Testament is probably accurate and true. There could be some mistranslations. There could be some things that were added by the scribes. But I would say that as I have gone along and I've studied it and studied it and studied it, that you will eventually find the answer if you continue to pray and ask God.
And you said that too.
Yes.
Could you please not repeat yourself and waste our time?
Well, I will get off of this channel because you're being ignorant about the way you're speaking to me right now. You invited me to come.
I'm trying to be respectful. I didn't ask for. I don't have hearing problems so bad that I can't hear you. I don't have mental problems so bad I can't understand you. And I'd appreciate if you just stop repeating yourself while I'm asking. Now, if we can move forward with the conversation. Okay, so if there's some 2% that's not historically accurate, I think it's generous of you to say that's probably scribal errorship or something like that. But do you understand that the people who lived there in that area would not have believed that they killed off all of some group of their neighbors because they traded with them, and they would know that they didn't kill them? So the Jews do not believe they killed. The Jews do not believe they killed out people that are claimed in the Bible to have been wiped out. They know they didn't do that. They were trading with them the whole time, living next door neighbor.
You need to you need to explain yourself as to what you're specifically talking about. You're talking in generalities here.
Okay, did the Jews trade with the Canaanites?
I don't ever recall or know that the Jews traded with the Canaanites. They were given the land of Canaan as an inheritance.
Okay, before that, did they trade with the Canaanites?
They didn't inhabit the land, and they did not trade with the Canaanites before they came into that. They were given the land of Canaan, and they were told to go in.
I understand they were given the land of Canaan, but is it historically true in that area at that time that people had certain resources per tribe and they traded between tribes? Is that true?
They probably all traded between themselves, but when it came to Israel as a nation, they were given the land of Canaan, and God told them after they came out of the promised land, or after they came out of the wilderness, that they were supposed to go in there after they went across the Jordan River, and they were supposed to kill off all the Canaanites and all their children, their livestock, and everything.
What about the Amalekites? Did they trade with the Amalekites?
I didn't really pay too much attention to the trading things. I mean, I'm sure that they had some type of relationship with all of the nations surrounding them, but God gave them all of the land of Canaan, and then he gave them certain territories that they were supposed to be in at that particular time.
Do you understand that I'm pointing out the difference between you understand I'm pointing out the difference between actual historicity and the text?
Are you a scholar, or do you have degrees in theology?
I'm asking you questions, if you noticed.
Well, you're throwing out terms like Christology, and all these other things, like you've got a degree in theology, and that you've gone through.
I do not have a degree in anything, even heavy equipment operation, which I'm pretty good with, but I don't have a degree.
I do have degrees.
Okay, so would you answer the questions?
I don't know specifically who and what they traded with. I mean, they didn't live among them if they didn't have to. I mean, look at the book of Ruth, for crying out loud. They went into the territory of Moab where there was famine.
You're right. They had separate tribes. That's true.
And they had separate, if you look at the map of Judea, I mean, they were all apportioned to their own particular areas. So, and they were, the 12 tribes of Israel. And then there was Moab, there were the Amorites. There were all these people that lived in the land of Canaan peaceably. So what are we trying to discover here?
We're trying to discover if the people, the Jews, of that time would have known whether or not their neighbors were alive.
Well, you're looking at two periods of history. You're looking at the time between the time that they entered into the land of Canaan, then crossed the river of Jordan, and then you're looking at long-term history where they were all living there within their apportioned areas, and what type of relationship they had. I have no idea. There were Phoenicians.
I have not in any way addressed the Jews taking Canaan. Not in any way have I even mentioned it. Only you have.
Well,
I would ask again.
History. That's where I'm trying to point. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. You are unaware of all of these parts of history that you're. I have
not mentioned it because I haven't gotten that far.
Well, then you need to get that far before you have one of these articulate conversations that you don't know.
I haven't gotten that far in this conversation.
Okay.
I have not referred to, now you referred to it twice, I'm keeping track, but I have not referred to that time. I'm only asking if the Jews, before they went into Canaan, to take the land of the Canaanites as their own, would have known whether or not the Canaanites were alive in any given time, or would they know if they had killed them off?
They couldn't have killed them off before they got there. They were told to go in and kill them off, and they wouldn't have been trading with them.
Okay, were they trading with surrounding tribes?
No, because they were in the. Do you realize that they were in the wilderness for 40 years, wandering around before they went into the land of Canaan?
I'll grant
Who would
that.
they-
40 years
Who
they
would they have
traded
been
with
trading
nobody.
with? They wouldn't
I'll
have
grant
traded
that.
with
For
anybody.
40 years. You know, they were in that area for thousands of years before that.
Thousands of years. How many thousand of years were they wandering around before they went into the wilderness?
I'm talking about the Hebrew people.
Who?
The Hebrews.
Hebrews.
No, not Hebrews. Hebrews.
Or those.
In English, you say Hebrew. But they were the Hebrew people. They were not Hebrews. They would not have called themselves that. The ancient Hebrew people were trading in that area, were nomads, and participated in a lot of raiding. They were traders of stolen goods with their neighbors and goods that they produced.
The only people that were reported of in the wilderness were, I think it was the Amalekites and the Hittites or something like that. And they tried to
I'm
attack.
talking about the 40 years, and it was.
We don't have between the time of Adam and Noah, I think it was like 1100 or some years or something like that. And up until the time of Abraham, there was, okay, I know the date because it's 1956, the day I was born. It was, I think, 1956 years or something from creation to Abraham. I mean, we don't have thousands of years here. We only have the chronology that's in the book of the Old Testament. You can figure that all out on your own. I mean, we go forward and we have Abraham, and then we have, okay, after Abraham, I mean, at the most you've got like, okay, it was like 1500 BC or something like that, if I'm correct in my dates, because I'm not looking at my statistics and paperwork, that the Exodus occurred. So, you know, we're not talking thousands of years between Adam and
Please, ma'am.
You don't want to hear
long,
information, but you want to argue.
Ma'am, did the Hebrew people exist before they became Jews?
The name Hebrew comes basically from what I understand from Abraham, and his ancient grandfather or something like that was called Eber. That's the only thing that I can discern that would say that they were Hebrews. Abraham was the father of
yes.
Isaac, Isaac the father of Jacob, and then they
really
were
long, yes.
And that was before Israel.
That was a really long yes. Okay, so when they were an independent tribe, not yet Jews,
I love you,
survived.
Matt. You're smiling. Go ahead.
I wouldn't love that if I were you. Before they were Jews, they were a people called the Hebrew, or we say Hebrew people, right? And they traded just like everybody traded goods and services so that they could survive, because nobody had all resources necessary, because we're talking about the ancient Near East.
You have to wait till you get into Israel after they cross the Jordan River to discuss all of this. And first of all, not all of Israel was called Jews. There was one tribe called Judah, and as they came in back out of exile from Babylon, they were then referred to as the Jews, because Israel had been dispersed into all the nations, and they are the lost 10 tribes of Israel. And we're talking apples and oranges here, because you don't have all your facts.
Part? I don't know this part.
I mean, it's like God divorced Israel, and all of a sudden there's only the Jewish nation, and then the Jewish nation there, they went and they screwed around. They didn't do the right thing. They didn't keep their land Sabbaths, so they wound up getting exiled to Babylon for 70 years. Then they came back to Israel. And I mean, there's a whole lot of history here that you don't know about, and you're trying to go and make things up as you go along.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate your opinion. I think you said nothing that mattered at all in any way. You made 0 points, and you addressed 0 of the points I'm actually making in the show.
I understand that, and thank you. And I won't be back again, probably.
And your husband too. Please disinvite him.
You're the one that wanted to talk to him. You begged him for his phone number. Now you don't.
For a very long time. I'm hereby uninviting him. That's correct. If he can agree with you, I don't know where you two guys are. But it's not the world I live in. So I don't know what to do with that. I have no responses. Sorry.
What do you got, Kirk?
I'm at a loss for words.
I mean, I don't know how complex is the idea that they would have traded with each other.
Okay,
If they went to war, they would have known that they'd killed each other. And then after that, they wouldn't be trading.
All I can say is, and I'm going to paraphrase horribly, is that the educated are fools.
I mean, what I saw in that brain was trying to justify to the physical reality of the ancient Near East how the Bible could make sense taken literally as history.
Right.
Which is an extremely confusing position. I don't think I could sort that out in 5, 10, 15, 20, and 60, like she said.
Right.
40 years. Sorry, 40 years. I don't think I could ever sort that out.
To me, the literal aspect, I mean, truly, if it is both literal and otherwise, you have to take it all on faith until the Lord actually reveals, yes, this actually happened here on this earth, and that's how long they lived, and all that.
But in order to claim that, we have to say something like the Jews are purposefully denying us information that they're aware of in their history. But they wrote history books. And the Jews agree with their actual history. And that history does not involve warring with and wiping out peoples A, B, and C. It just doesn't. Which is why the Jews look at those stories as being philosophical, not historical. The Christian looks at it and goes, it must be history. It must be history. They try to make it make sense in history. It does not. So.
Yeah.
And she's right. I've been inviting her and her husband to come and speak to me for more than a year now. Really? And after that conversation, I'm willing to disinvite them. It's a waste of their time.
Yeah. Because, I mean.
Flip me off, Wild Heart. You're on camera so much anybody could get. There you go. Thank you, buddy. Peace and respect, brother.
Wild Heart.
How's it going?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. Good show, by the way. Enjoyed it.
Ooh, could you lower your volume just about 15?
Yeah.
Wow. See how that is. Okay, that's good. I'm going to adjust it from there. No insult intended. It just needs adjustment.
No, I thought it might be too low, to be fair. It's new computer.
So what were you doing today, Wildheart, so I can adjust your volume properly? Tell us all about it.
I just caught the end where you have some incredible human skills, by the way. Human interaction, that was amazing. I thought I got angry with people, but not sure. Sorry, I'm just winding you up.
Here's the thing, as far as I can tell, there are parts of me that are not ideal. There are parts of everyone that are not ideal. I may as well kick myself as kick someone else for their disability. okay, so I feel like I should do my best to be considerate of whatever little tiny human quirk we might have. That's part of my respect of other human beings. And I wouldn't want someone really kicking me hard for mine. Something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't having a go at you, by the way. It's just I could see how frustrated you were getting, and it's perfectly understandable from
not easy for
my
me.
point of view.
It was not easy. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, perfect. That was a good show. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Well done, Mark.
Good to see you, Wild Heart. Richard, I am moved to
you just muted yourself, Mac. Try it again. You just hit the button as you let go of it.
Thank you. Gosh, that it really is
that's really
temperamental. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like I should challenge you a little bit about your interaction there, because the thing about the point of view that was expressed there by that individual, it's not unusual. You know, it's something that's very common and very ordinary about the interpretation of the Bible and Christianity. And I feel like you should be more patient with that point of view. I know you come across it a lot. I know it can be frustrating, but I just want to challenge you with the idea that that's something that's very common and that you will continue to come across as you present this idea that you are presenting, which is contrary to this traditional understanding of the Bible. So,
boy, it's contrary. All right.
Yeah.
I hope, Mac, that you didn't perceive that I was frustrated with the presentation of the idea. I was very frustrated by all of the tangents that had nothing to do with the topic that was in the side chat when they were invited in to discuss that specific topic.
Totally fair.
And did I show the patience that I could if I exercised myself better in a more godly way? Obviously, I could be better at this. Okay. So I admit, and I see your point valid either way. But there's a few things I just have no patience for. Shifting the burden of proof is one of them. Okay. Avoiding the topic that's asked of you. Repeating yourself 3 times, 4 times, 5 times for emphasis.
Right on. Yeah. I
just can't stand that stuff.
I was annoyed by that too. Yeah.
It's perfectly understandable. I mean, you had got around to answer like a specific question you've been talking about inside chat, so it was understandable why you were getting frustrated a lot.
I mean, had that person come in and said, look, points A through D are perfect in the Bible. Those historically happened. I do not expect that points E and F did happen, but are colloquial or expressive or telling some kind of a moral or something like that.
Right.
But if they said something like that and that made sense in history, then they'd be defeating their own point of that I should learn the literal history.
Right.
And it's evident to me in the conversation that I'm not without any knowledge about the history of the ancient Near East, but that's because I've watched Dr. Joshua Bowen speak about it several times. It's not. I didn't even go and do the reading.
Right.
I'm just a fan of Digital Hammurabi. By the way, if you'd like to learn biblical Hebrew, spoken and written and read, go check out Digital Hammurabi. They have that free of charge.
Please do.
If you're interested in that sort, it's a great channel. They're great people. I consider them friends.
On board with that, Wild Heart.
They're just amazing folks, and they're super bright, and they're really educated, and everything they say is very mainstream. They're not edgy, but they're not trying to be. Okay. But in knowing that, I also know that those things in the Bible did not happen in history. That if you look them at, and in fact, the reason that Dr. Joshua Bowen, not that I brought him up on purpose, lost his faith was because of the disproven historicity of the of the Old Testament and New Testaments. That's why. Okay. So it's not a good, strong platform to base your faith on, is on the historicity of the Bible. It's a very weak, fragile position. I don't recommend it.
Can I loop Kirk in here and inquire about his LDS faith and how that would interact with this?
Yes, but Kirk's in charge of the show for now. Keep him straight, Kirk. Keep him in line, Coach. I'm going to go have a cigarette, okay?
Right on.
Okay.
Kirk, what's the deal? Like, how do you make sense of what Richard proclaims? You know, as a Mormon guy.
Want
me to reel it in a little?
Well, no, I just got to let the spirit flow. I don't want to speak according to the gospel of Kirk.
I appreciate that.
So, I believe in what he speaks of is more the way the ancients expressed how things really were, and how God has really laid things out. And I think that from my religious travels, my spiritual travels, the LDS faith actually brings even more light to what Richard speaks of. I think there's yet more that the Lord, like he said, he's just an infant. I'm not saying that I'm any more than an infant than he is.
Yeah.
But I believe that there's more yet for him to discover through his reading, his contextual framework, that in time that the Lord will open up to him, and he'll be like, oh, this is why this is this way, or, you know, in talking about the priesthood, in talking about the things and how it actually works in our progression back to God.
Right. I mean, when I hear him talk about like the generations of God and the sons of God being like the inheritors of the qualities of God, that all interlocks very well with what I understand to be the teachings of the Church of Latter-day Saints. You know, it really maps very well onto that in terms of succession of qualities, and that being equal to what God is. You know, God is this collection of qualities, this idea of conglomeration of ideals, you know, and that this can be achieved by individuals, and really that's ultimately our inheritance, our path, you know, to embody these ideals and to become God in that way, you know, by practicing those qualities.
And it goes back to part of our, like, so in revealed scripture, we know that, okay, Jesus Christ was a God. Even the Holy Ghost is a God.
Right.
And before they even had a body.
Right.
Because it's, you know, in our belief, we have a premortal and we have progressed in intelligence before we came here. That's why we don't all have the same intelligence while we're here. And we try to, with this veil of forgetfulness when we come here, is to try to remember actually where we were in the primordial, what intelligence we attained, and then add to that by being in a physical body, so that we take more of that knowledge into when we are resurrected into our next phase of our eternal progression.
That, I think, locks very well with what Richard talks about, you know, in terms of like, you know, there being an evolutionary quality, a growth quality to what it means to be God, you know. And so you take this journey, and that journey itself brings you to that place, you know. Amen. Hallelujah.
By choice.
What a beautiful dog.
Which one?
The one that's, oh my goodness gracious.
This is
My goodness
Persephone.
gracious. I want to hug that dog.
He's pretty solid.
You are awesome. I love you so much. Wildheart, how you doing, brother?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
hear
doing good.
from the
Hello, Princess
materialist.
Thomas and Joe in the side chat. Hello. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, yeah. Pretty cool. That's a great dog. Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I totally think Jill should jump in. What is that?
A chocolate coin from Christmas.
I love it.
No, stop.
It's it.
Eat it up.
Oh, I'm doing better now, yeah.
So Wildheart and I have had many moments of deep inebriation together where we have sung karaoke songs and sung our fucking hearts out, and it's been so beautiful. And I will always be related to Wildheart because of that. I love Wildheart so much.
You're not too bad yourself.
I love you, dude. You're the man. I will sing karaoke with you anytime.
So what did you think of all the animals? You know, like that parrot that we're talking in that. I wasn't sure about that.
Me?
Yeah, yeah.
My impression of that was I was astounded and sort of taken aback. Like I really don't know what to think about that, although it isn't my first exposure to the idea of animals, including humans, having unexplainable sensory appreciation for things happening. Hey Titan, what's up? So you know, it's not just dogs. Like when I was a kid, I always had dogs growing up. Like my family always had dogs growing up. They were Yorkshire Terriers, and my father would ironically name them after famous British people like Margaret Thatcher or you know, things like that.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. So
we'll gloss over that.
They were always my father's dogs, and we lived out in the country, and those dogs would know when my father was 5 miles away, like on his way home. They would get up and they would be on the window and like waiting for that you know, for my father to come home. And that was just a thing that was like normal. It wasn't even we didn't even like wonder at it. It was true. And so I see these parrots having more articulate, more cognitive kind of relationships with remote activities, and I'm not that surprised, frankly. It seems like more of that same phenomenon, and I don't know what explains it. I don't know whether God explains that or there's some like unexplained, like Rupert Sheldrake called it the morphogenic field, this like physical thing that like is a field in the same way that the gravitational field is a field. And so it's this field where like animals can interact with each other if they have this certain level of development, I guess. I don't know.
Quick timeout.
Yeah,
Midnight Sparkle, if you're listening, I'm sorry I was on smoke break and I don't have this channel shared. And I was about to bring you in and you left, and you're welcome back. And it's not that, quote unquote, nobody loves me.
I would mean that.
That's actually a lot of people really appreciate you, and you're welcome in the stream if you give me a chance to bring you in.
I'm a big
Sorry
fan
about that, Mac.
Sparkle. That's okay.
I didn't see the private chat either.
That's called a pause for the cause. Quite all right.
Right.
You'll be fine.
Well, Midnight often feels dejected, and I want them to know that they shouldn't feel that way here. That's all.
Yeah.
I can relate to that feeling, and I want them to be relieved of that feeling as well.
Right. Okay, so you guys were talking about animals, dad's dogs. What explains it? Go on, Mac.
Wildheart asked me what I thought of the pigeon or the parrots, the African greys, and basically what I was saying is that although I'm impressed, it's not a new phenomenon for me.
Right.
It's something I'm familiar with, and I also know that African greys are particularly linguistic and articulate, and can express these understandings of these phenomenons in a language way, where the dogs are more like, I'm going to sit at the window and be excited for way longer than there's any kind of physical evidence of an approaching loved one. So the dogs already are expressing some kind of extra sensory awareness. The pigeons are just articulating it.
It literally can't be extra sensory.
Can I just bring up my argument against it? Though? You know, parrots, they just mimic sounds. They don't actually understand the words. It's not like they're talking. I think people are thinking that the parrots are actually understanding what they're saying. They're just mimicking sounds.
Well, in the case of the film I showed earlier, they went to great lengths to explain that the bird, though it does have a very limited under human normal vocabulary, it does understand the concept and put it with the word. So when the bird says flower, which they selected the photos based on the vocabulary of the bird.
See,
so out of 200,
sorry.
Hold on. So out of I'm sorry, I just wasn't quite done. I love you. I just wasn't quite done. So out of 200 or so words that the bird understood, they selected 10 of them and represented those 10 words as pictures, which the bird does understand. The word means the object.
Right. Yeah, that'll just be me misunderstanding then, because I thought, like minor birds and those kind of birds, they're just mimicking like the sounds. It's not like they're speaking. I know the same words, but it's not like they understand them or anything. Right. I might just be misunderstanding it. I don't know.
Well, it's evident that the bird actually had control of those words.
Yeah.
If we grant the experiment was honest, because when naked bodies showed up, it said naked bodies. When flowers showed up, it said flowers. It's not like a flower showed up, and maybe it didn't know the name of that specific flower, and I don't either, actually. But I'm not going to hold that against the bird, not being a botanist bird. So.
Yeah, I just had a problem when they said, like, when the poet's speaking, I didn't think he was actually speaking in that kind of way, you know what I mean?
That's fine. But so the bird had a loved one, and the loved one was looking on these images of flowers. Yeah. And the bird said the words, flowers or picture of flowers.
It said picture of flowers, several times.
Of flowers.
And it said, look at my naked body, picture of naked body, picture of hug.
So when
it said recognize their pictures.
I mean, I recognize that is it not just recognition of, you know, association? Like, you
Well,
see
sure,
this,
that's what language
you
is associating a set of noises to an actual object or idea.
The thing is, though,
Yes.
Wildheart, do you realize that African Grey was nowhere near where its loved one was looking at those images? It was repeating what its
Yeah.
loved ones
And-
were seeing in a remote location.
And she was
That's what's
on the other side of two closed doors,
Mm. Yeah.
So-
and she wasn't speaking.
That's crazy, right?
I didn't. Yeah, it is. I mean, I can't explain it, but I just thought they were giving it too much credit for actually knowing what's going on.
I mean,
I think it's
whether or
just
not the
really-
African Grey was just like repeating,
Yeah.
you know, a verbal like
Yeah.
cue or whatever, like whether the African Grey actually understood it or not, it was
Yeah.
transmitting information in a
Yeah,
understandable
that's-
way
yeah.
about
Yeah.
an event that it shouldn't have known about, you know?
Like,
Like,
and
maybe
it was 100% accurate every time it spoke. It was
Yeah.
never wrong. I mean, if it spoke at all about the situation at hand, it was right.
it's weird,
So-
man. It's really weird.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that. It is what it is. Yeah. But
You
normally
can
I'm a bit
also
slow,
watch
so it'll probably
scientific
take me a
surveys.
couple of minutes, I'll be fine.
You can also watch several double-blind surveys of dogs doing what Mac's dad's dogs did. If you haven't experienced it yourself,
Yeah, I've experienced that.
you have.
Yeah.
Where they actually took the owner away, and of course it was not part of their job or their regular schedule, and then they
Yeah.
brought it back at some random time, decided not by the owner, in a
Yeah.
vehicle owned not by the owner.
That's right. It's
So
demonstrable.
I mean,
Okay,
I'm not.
That doesn't
talking
mean
about
we
that,
know
but,
what
like,
it means, but
when my dad was coming home, like you know, we had dogs, and they would do what Max said. They'd like prepare for it, like yeah.
okay, so here's the problem. We don't have the appropriate research and confirmation, and repeatability has not been shown, just ridiculous numbers of times like I'd like. Okay.
Yeah.
But I will say that there's a lot of people that have struck out on their own, having noticed things like this and know how to do a scientific survey like Sheldrake, and went out and did it and filmed the thing. Okay. I can show you endless examples of like human beings doing this, like McGonagall. What's his first name? I'm going to mess up. Joe McGonagall.
Yeah.
Had to picture it. Joe McGonagall, who did double-blind remote viewing sessions, and he would draw the answers. He would make his sketches of what the thing was the night before that the scientific envelopes, double-blind envelopes, were filled.
Yeah.
They weren't
Oh,
even filled yet, and he'd have 60-80% of it.
I was going to ask you about that company as well, that pharmaceutical company. What put all the money up for it? I was just doing a bit of research into that, and they seem to be into like parapsychology and all that. Do you not think that's a bit of a conflict line?
Well, here's the problem in my view, and I'm not claiming that all science is biased and that scientists are biased or there's some kind of a conspiracy theory. I'm not saying anything like that, but let's think about this for a moment. The greatest funding of scientific research is Carnegie Mellon. Carnegie Mellon has a statement that you have to sign in order to get grants from the greatest grant funder in the developed world. Part of that declaration is to deny God and all quote unquote paranormal things.
Yeah.
In other words, they're never going to grant money from the biggest research companies.
Yeah.
They're not going to fund this kind of research. They don't believe it's true, which is okay. Which it just means private individuals have to pay for this, which means it's never going to be the amount of surveys that I would like.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So they kind of have to pay for it because no one else will. Kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And that's not a conspiracy. You can look that up. They actually make you sign something that says, I deny this, that, and the other.
I find, sorry, I don't know, just go. I find that strange. You actually have to sign something saying you'll not try to prove anything supernatural.
Right.
Have you got a copy of that? Sorry, I just want to read it. I think that's brilliant.
Carnegie Mellon Standard. Just look up Carnegie Mellon Standards for grants. Just look it up.
Yeah. Oh, but I was, to be honest, I was just filling in time while you were on your sig, so carry on. What you were.
Okay. Yeah, they also have a educator's retirement plan, but you can't qualify for that unless you denounce God. So I know that because my mom was a teacher, and she refused it. So there you go. Okay, so where were we? How does this thing work? No idea. We don't have any real idea of mechanically, chemically, in the brains of these animals how this thing works. I only know that experientially, it's like something not me makes brilliant and stupid suggestions in my mind that I select from. But I know I'm not that stupid, and I know I'm not that brilliant. So I don't think it's me. Now tell me why that's not reasonable.
Kirk, I know a big part of the LDS epistemology is experiential, and you ask God directly what the truth is, right? And that's the big path towards truth. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, it's to seek out your own, not to just believe anything that's said or written, but to seek out the truth for yourself. Doesn't mean that you're going to be ready for that truth, and that's why it's his timing when he knows that it's in your evolution to know certain things, but the interesting thing is to
that's
to be
terrible.
open
Kirk,
to what
that keeps going. I'm going to ask you to refresh because you're roboting really bad, and I can't understand what you're saying. You want to go ahead and refresh for us? I mean, I'm interested in hearing your brain, but I can't hear it anyway.
Do I leave it and come back?
Please do.
Yeah,
okay.
We understood that just fine. Actually, it wasn't that good, but I figured out what you were saying.
I hear you just fine.
I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on.
You're roboting.
Is that better?
I'm messing with. We'll find out. I don't know. Go to your icon and see if that helps. Just shut your camera off. There you go. Okay, let's see if that helped.
Is that better?
So far.
Sounds good.
Can I do an experiment?
You're coming in loud and clear, 5x5. And it's roboting again. Go back to your icon, Bob. Beep, 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 beep.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, let's see. Let's try the icon for a while. Okay, so you were explaining something for Mac there.
Let's see. So that it's about seeking out personal revelation of truth. To test the spirit. So if I don't experience necessarily the witness of the spirit, I'm only speaking of my own wisdom or knowledge on a subject. And so, but it may just be that I'm not ready for that knowledge to be presented to me yet. Such as, like what she was talking about. I can believe that it's both historical and also in the aspect of the way that Richard has expressed that how the Bible is read. So I hold out, like I was saying, I hold out in faith that if it is actually true historically, but it's not a basis for what I know to be true. It's not going to change if it is historical, even such as the aspect of I've met so many people that now are coming out more so that the earth is flat. Okay, in ways my kids say I can see that, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that the earth can be flat. A dome. But that's not what I believe. Do I know the truth, whether it's flat? No. I can honestly say no, I do not know from a witness of the spirit that it's one way or the other. But I'm open to either. But it doesn't affect my my faith and where I know that the Lord has led me to be. So when I
thanks for that, Kurt.
when I experience truth, you know that it is true. There is no doubt in your mind. There's no doubt in your spirit. There's no doubt in any aspect of your being that it is not true.
This lack of doubt is exactly what I'm curious about. I think you share that with Richard and not with me. I have resounding doubt, and I think I share that with Wildheart, maybe with a lot of people. Oh, Kirk's back. Okay, good. Sorry.
A resounding doubt of what?
Really, everything. I mean, I don't have like assurance of any knowledge claim that I attest to. I'm not sure about anything really. I envy. I think I envy people who have assurance of things, and I wish I had that. I wish I had the experience that Richard had. I wish I had the experience that Mormons claim to have had. Is it pejorative to say Mormons? I don't mean to be pejorative.
No, I mean that's
It's a really long name.
Yeah, to us, we say we're members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints because because the Mormons. When you say the Mormons, we're leaving out the main, because most people say, well, you don't really worship or you don't really, praise Jesus Christ, and that's absolutely false, because he's in the name of what we believe in. But okay, I want to go back to So in our scripture study this week, we're in Genesis 6 to 11, and then also our further revealed scripture of Moses 8. So in part of that, it is what the Spirit just shared with me, is like you're expressing doubt in the moment, but it's not really envy. It's that your heart yearns to have that assurance, and God knows that, but you're one of the ones that he's saved, for it's not yet your time. Just like when Jesus said, "Mother, it's not my time yet." So I testify to the truth of this, that the Lord is saying it's not yet your time, but he knows you, and your time will come.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just laughing at the chat, not anything.
It's okay. Laughing's so always okay.
Yeah, no, I was just laughing at what Pixie said in the chat as well.
What did Pixie say?
Said she must be behind on the stream. She said she's just got to the New Genesis connection later. Shut up.
Yeah. Well, let's go back and talk to her in the now. That's called side chat. You can side chat something about it.
So I just wanted to throw something out there in respect to, do you think it feasible that we could brainstorm and it actually come back that we could invite New Genesis and her husband, and because God knows all the answers, God knows all the solutions, that we could actually be led and have a conversation that would actually go somewhere? Or do we feel at the present moment that we're just casting our pearls before swine?
I think that's beautiful, Kirk. I think we should always be open to conversation and communion and sharing and being open to each other's ideas. I think we should always be open to that. The only thing that sort of puts a stop to that is if either party in the interaction is not sincere, or is not trying to communicate in a healthy way. So,
Right.
because as soon as that becomes evident, you might as well abandon the interaction.
Right.
And I think that might be the case here. And
I think as a general rule, Kirk, you're absolutely right. And I'm not turning away New Genesis or DB Cisco from my life.
Right.
I'm turning them away from this stream because it's a distraction.
Yes. Right.
And I know it's nothing more than a distraction. It's not progressive at all. When someone says, I want to make this argument, I invite them in to make the argument. I open with, please make your argument based and review from the side chat what the argument was. And the person immediately goes on a 20-minute tangent about their certifications.
Right.
That was not what you were invited here for. If you have a good argument, it's going to stand on its own. I don't need your certifications. I don't care about the history of your life to make your argument. It's just like I have no history of educating myself on these topics, but I can hold a really interesting conversation with Dr. Bowen or Robert M. Price or anyone that I happen across. And that's not because I have papers on the wall.
Exactly.
It's because I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Right. Well, I'm going to interject and say, God knows what the hell he's talking about.
It's not me, and I know that.
Right. I know, and I know you do.
I do have the pleasure of retaining what I've been taught recently, however.
Exactly. Yeah.
And being able to regurgitate it, which is pretty damned awesome. But it makes people accuse me of being well researched, and I'm not, which is interesting, right?
To me, it's it solidifies my faith and my truth by seeing how God has worked through you and works with you.
And on that note, Mac, if you know how many private conversations Kirk and Angelisa and I have had where they keep going, you're a Mormon, right? and that's sort of true. Okay.
I know.
Because on a lot of major points, we really agree and don't agree with mainstream Christianity. Okay. Which it is Christianity still. It's just not mainstream Christianity. It's rather shocking to me how much I can say, and the Mormons go, "Oh, we've been teaching that forever." In fact, if I were going to recommend a religious stance of Christianity to a person, I would say Mormon. Not joking.
Isn't that incredible?
They got so much of it, in my opinion, right. Now, there are some details that I think Mr. Smith was stretching for, okay? And other scholars that followed him were stretching for. But it's within doctrinal Christian to have to say something like God created evil.
So I'm not going to go after Mormonism at all, but I just want to point out that I grew up in a place where we took a school field trip to Hill Cumorah because it was so close to where I grew up, where I went to high school. And Hill Cumorah is the place where the golden tablets are supposedly buried from Joseph Smith's discoveries of these revelations of God. And so, I'm very familiar with Mormonism and the Latter-day Saints, and have recognized for a while that what you're talking about really maps onto what they preach for, a
lot of it
really well. Yeah, a lot of it. Not all of it though, and it's really interesting. Yeah.
No, there's a lot. So church is set up more for, I'm going to say, the letter of the law.
Can't hear you, Kurt.
And
Mormonism is more set up for the letter of the law, I think.
Letter of the church, the actual corporation church is more sort of set up for the letter of the law to be, obedient to these commandments and these ordinances. But then that's kind of like the milk.
Oh, he just lost it completely.
Oh, too bad. Oh.
And he just came back by himself without me hitting a button. Kirk, refresh. Refresh, Kirk. It's doing really weird stuff. Kirk, if you can hear me, go ahead and refresh. Come back in. Sever the connection completely and come back in. Yeah. On some actual key points, Angelisa and Kirk and I do not agree, but there's a lot we do get to agree on. Try again, Kirk.
Is that better?
We'll see.
Okay. Let's see. Where was I?
The church is set up like.
The church is set up more as in the milk, the letter of the law. Be obedient to these commandments, these ordinances.
That's way better, by the way.
And but through this, he's wanting us to take these surface basic principles and then seek after the meat, which then brings in the spirit. To me, I experienced a lot of the meat before I actually came to the church. So it's been kind of difficult for me then and I'm still line upon line, precept upon precept, learning to connect the puzzle pieces of everything that I've experienced and I know that God has shown me, to then put it together in a way that God has it for us as his children here on the earth to go about going through the milk and the meat. And it's kind of like what I expressed to you, Mac, is like the things I've experienced, I know they are for not yet my time. And so I just have to continue to study and stay with what I know to be true. And then my mission and my purpose of whatever God's will is for me will be revealed.
That
Thanks for taking care of that, Titan. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Titan. Nice sniping. Kirk, that's very moving, actually. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I think Wildheart's getting tired. He's not making much anti-theist argumentation tonight.
Yeah, come on, Wildheart.
I'll give you a break. Sorry.
You're not going to get ganged up on. Seriously.
Not with this group.
No, just enjoying it. Just enjoying the chat.
Okay.
I will totally block for you, even if they do. I love Wildheart so much. This guy is there when I'm lonely, and he's real, and he's kind, and he's awesome,
and he's better sober.
He's way better sober. Yeah.
Cheers, I appreciate that, Matt. Yeah.
You know the funny thing about it, when we've been consuming mind-altering substances, it alters our minds. So we aren't able to perceive. We aren't able to perceive how much people would like us if we weren't altered when we're altered.
That
makes sense?
That's right.
I want you to know I love you all the time, no matter what. However, you're a lot more witty and interesting and intelligent when you're you being you than something else. Okay?
So, yeah. Plus, people can tell what I'm actually saying sometimes as well, which is a bonus.
That's not bad either.
Cheers, I appreciate that.
It's beautifully said.
No, you're a wonderful person who does a lot for your community. And yes, it benefits you too. I understand that, but it doesn't only benefit you, it benefits us.
Thank you very much.
You're bringing people together in humor and kindness and humanity. And like Max said, you are honest and open in a way that a lot of people are not brave enough to be.
Word.
You do quite a bit of work yourself, by the way, with all the streams and that. You're quite good yourself.
I'm a zealot.
And you've spent hours with me walking me through the Bible and stuff. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think it's going to matter someday. That's why I do it. I don't think it really matters right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any magic, like belief gets you into heaven or something. That's bullcrap. It's not magic.
I've never understood that. But I was going to ask you, you named that asteroid or meteor. Do we actually know where it is?
Yes.
If that is the one, we actually know where it is. Oh, that's good.
Would you like to see the chart?
Yes, please. All
right, then. Let's see where I put that if I have it.
You asked for it now, Wildheart.
No, I thought it was just some something.
Oh no, do we lose
I
Richard?
didn't know we had like a name for it and everything. Yeah, brilliant. Although he did say he's not sure if it's this one or not, but it could be. I think that's what
No,
he
he's
said.
pretty sure. He's pretty
Yeah.
sure it's this one. Yeah, it's gonna. I think it's gonna hit Mercury, and it's gonna careen off of one of the moons of Jupiter.
Hold on a second. You're telling the story out of order. Gee whiz. Terrible.
Right, Matt.
Everyone, peace and respect. Just Pixie.
Hey, Pixie.
Hello. If I disappear suddenly, it's because I got dragged into watching Ozarks again.
You mean you have a family and a life aside from YouTube? I clutch my pearls.
Pixie, my heart is popping just sharing the screen with you.
Oh, it's flattery.
She will insist on leaving my streams to go and see her family, though. It isn't
What's
mine.
that? What?
Pixie will insist on leaving my streams to go and see her own family.
Here we go.
You believe that?
Here's the comment, dude.
Okay, so a little bit of background information. I saw this in a biblical story in 2013. I started speaking about it immediately. I can have people confirm that for you. People who are atheistic will confirm that for you. People who think I'm wrong will confirm that for you because they won't lie about it. So it has to be on a specific, from a specific location. It has to be on a specific trajectory. It has to be timed to the Earth's orbit around the sun. It has to be a bright stellar object that would block our view of 3 particular stars. The biblical story mentions what stars exactly. Does this do that? It looks like it's going to. Right now, it's too far away for the naked human eye to see. Okay, so you can tell that right now. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Where I'm turning that orbit red. Okay, that's Jupiter's orbit. Okay.
Right.
If you triangulate from the distance approximate Jupiter's orbit to approximate the location of this path where comet C2017 K2 Pan-STARRS presently is, you can see they're about equidistant. That's about 5 AUs or astronomical units or distances to the sun from the Earth right now. Okay.
Right.
So it's not that big and that bright that you can see it with the naked eye yet.
Yeah.
Okay. If I rotate the picture, is this going to work? If I rotate is it going to let me rotate the picture? Oh, here we go. If I rotate the picture around, you can see that this line is coming from almost perfectly north. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can see that at this angle right there, that it's getting sucked in by the sun. It's curving, right?
Yeah.
And right now, the estimates are that it's going to enter our solar system between Mars and Jupiter. You can see that?
Yeah.
That's not good, you guys.
Yeah, it's not
okay.
At the moment.
Now, if this is wrong by very little, then it could leave on some other trajectory other than, you see, it's departing something between. Let's see if I can get it for you. It's departing the solar system here over in this area, somewhere between Jupiter and what's the name of the next one out? I'm bad at this. The one with the rings. Saturn, thanks.
Yeah, Saturn.
So somewhere between Jupiter and Saturn, I'm sorry, somewhere between Saturn and Uranus is where it would be exiting. Okay. Now, if that's wrong by just a little bit, and I think it will be, I think it's going to actually be a little bit further out this direction as it enters in, closer to Jupiter, circling under the sun, and instead of exiting the solar system, collide with the planet Mercury.
Right.
Now,
So
if it breaks up into 6 parts looping under the sun and 5 of them hit Mercury, that is, I think, conclusive evidence that our ancestors sent it on purpose.
Yeah, from what you described before, that would be way too much of a coincidence. Yeah, that's just never going to happen.
And if the rest of the series continues on, it just gets more and more, evidential.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't expect anyone to believe that this is so until it happens. But
why did they send it? Why did they send it on purpose?
I believe that our heaven or the angels or our human ancestors who travel space sent it on purpose so it would perform what they said would happen. In other words, self-fulfilling prophecy. But is it biased to fulfill your own prophecy? Well, it's only dishonest or whatever if you're dishonest when you say, I'm going grocery shopping tonight, and then you do it. You know?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It's not manipulative or dishonest or something. It's just saying, I can do it. I'm going to do it. Then I did it.
Yeah, it's a provocation. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Attention. Yeah.
Of course, it sounds impossible to us, and that's reasonable too. We've never seen anything like that. So what that thing is made of? Well, if 1/6 of it can interact with ocean water and poison 200 square miles of ocean surface, it doesn't talk about volume. Sorry. So you can't calculate where it's going to hit because if you knew how deep exactly the cone would be of something sitting at the bottom of the ocean, causing a plume at 200 square miles across at the top, you might be able to figure out where that's going to be, but you can't. That number's left out of the equation. And that anything in that part of the ocean, anything that swims into that will die. And the third part of a boat is the lowest part, or the hull. And today's boats are made out of steel and fiberglass and plastic and stuff like that. But it says if you drive your boat into it, it'll sink your boat. That makes it an extremely caustic or acidic something or another, like crazy.
Yeah, that's a metal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what kind of size is that compared to like the Earth?
This actual comet?
Yeah.
Last I heard, their estimate was something like 12 kilometers across, relatively small.
Right. The important part is the amount. The important part is the amount of oxygen that it's going to add to Jupiter.
No. The important part is how much electrical differential there is between that and our inner solar system. That object in our inner solar system. That's the real key point. Now, we already know there's a differential between the inner and outer solar system. Okay. But it needs to add a lot of energy to Mercury so that when Mercury collides with Europa, it can perform electrolysis and separate the water of Europa into its base parts of hydrogen and oxygen. That's where the oxygen comes from.
From Europa.
Which has, I'm not saying this wrong, 5/3 as much water as the Earth.
So a new Earth.
Yeah, that does sound to be 5/3.
A new Earth. that thought lost me, Kirk.
Sorry.
Because we have to have a new Earth and a new heaven.
I don't think this is the making of the new Earth. I think this is the 7 signs in the correct order that announce the arrival of heaven. The new Earth is another topic later on.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I mean, if you follow the story of David and Goliath applied to the inner solar system, including what looses David or the 5 smooth stones from the brook, and you play that story out, it would create the 7 signs of God's coming, and in the correct order. And that's just the way it would work.
Jupiter
and I can
has
go
to
into a
ignite.
lot of detail about that. What's that?
I said Jupiter has to ignite, and for Jupiter to ignite, there has to be the introduction into Jupiter's atmosphere, an abundant source of free oxygen.
Only to ignite the outer atmosphere. No amount of oxygen and addition of mass. There's not enough mass in our solar system aside from the sun.
Right.
Would cause fusion in Jupiter. It just wouldn't do it.
There's not enough mass. Yeah.
Well, Jupiter is right now by itself without impact needs to be 81 times bigger than it presently is.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If you had 13 Earths simultaneously crash into it at about, I think the estimate was something like 200,000 kilometers per hour, then that would ignite it. But I'm not counting on pressure from outside sources or increase in mass to ignite it. The story describes an ignition of the outer atmosphere, which creates a shock wave, and that pressure wave going in toward the core, affecting less and less material with the same pressure, is what starts the fusion reaction, as far as I can understand.
Interesting.
Now that does work in physics. According to NASA, 73% by mass of the planet Jupiter is liquid metallic hydrogen, as in hydrogen bomb, that kind of hydrogen.
Right.
That is so cold and so dense it appears a metallic liquid. Okay. So try to imagine like mercury, something like that.
Right. It rains hydrogen there. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Of course, hydrogen, ammonia, methane, and some other gases is a really nasty flammable cocktail. It just needs the right chemicals added to it, or oxygen and hydrogen. Well, the hydrogen would be irrelevant. There's so much hydrogen there anyway. But oxygen and spark added to it, and that could set off a chain reaction. And like we know about hydraulics, if you could imagine floating a big ball of water in space and taking about 10, 20 billion hands and having them all slap it at the same exact moment, like an explosion would do.
Okay.
And they slap it all the way around at the same moment, like an explosion would.
Okay.
That amount of pressure, say each hand, let's say you had a billion hands, right? They all exerted 1 pound of pressure simultaneously. When that wave gets to the middle, that is literally 1 billion pounds of pressure on an amount of hydrogen this big.
Right.
Okay, that will start fusion. And that would be a light tap.
So what kind of time scales do we know? What?
Well, let's go back to that. Let's go back to that chart and see if I can make it bigger where you can see it. That's full screen. That's as big as I can make it. I might have to read some things to you. Time location as of 3rd of February 2022 and 4 minutes and 41 seconds, or 4 hours and 41 minutes is that location. What's that?
They do like to be precise.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that. That's okay. Let's see. I want more information, like major bodies.
I mean, is it going to be like in our lifetimes?
Oh yeah,
like thousands of years
the end of next year.
All right.
It's scheduled to pierce the solar system like by the end of next year.
Right.
Yeah, it's coming, man.
Yeah, just wondering how much I have to worry.
Well, worry is up to you, but we started tracking this.
I can do about that.
When we first saw this thing when it was about its 6.5, 7 AUs.
Yeah.
That's when some novice astronomer noticed it, and then Pan-STARRS confirmed it. Why it's named Pan-STARRS instead of the guy with a telescope in his backyard? It should be named after him, the bastards. But anyway, why they get to claim it because they confirmed something somebody else found, I have no idea. Oh, I just realized the tail of the comet doesn't act right. Look, I can make it point toward the sun. That's impossible. But anyway, they always point away from the sun because of solar winds. I could go somewhere else and find more information on this for you. I guess I could try looking somewhere else.
No, that's good. Yeah, I didn't know it was something that was going to happen, and we knew the actual name of the comet and that. I thought it was just all kind of hypothetical what was going to happen at some point in the future.
Oh, there's one more view I should show you. I should, since they have the constellations in this shot, I should show you this. Let's see. I got to turn it the right way to recognize Dagon. Where's Dagon? Dagon it. My dad used to say that. Dagon it, boy. Not with that accent. He was from Illinois. Okay, so that should be the North Star right there. And I think this triangle right here where my cursor is, I think that's the head and hands of Dagon. I could be wrong. It's hard for me to get it facing the right way where my brain makes sense of it. Anyway, it names the constellation Dagon, which later became Poseidon, which today is Draco. You can look up Draco constellation.
Yeah.
And if I'm understanding the prophecy right, and if this is of the prophecy, and that the Bible, it a lot of ifs,
Yeah.
and that if this Bible was written by people who knew stuff that we don't freaking know, and it's going to block our view of the 3 stars, the head and hands of Draco.
Holy smokes.
So is that the 3 stars you said it was going to block out? I thought you meant like our sun, because it's not big enough to do that, is it?
No, it's not going to block out our view of the sun. No, no way.
Yeah, that will confuse them.
No, the constellation Draco. I should just look that up for you.
Yeah.
Actually, with Jupiter all on fire, it's going to be like another sun in the sky, dude.
Well,
like
it's 5 times further away. It's 5 times further away, and it's not going to be nearly as bright, but it'll be brighter than a full moon. It will be the brightest star in the sky in the east. Which means it's got about 7 years to get back into the proper constellation, which works out in the timing, by the way.
Which timing?
The total timing of how long it would take. Okay. How long it would take for this to pierce our solar system on a slightly more upward trajectory for exit, hit the planet Mercury to be lobbed out of its orbit. Right. The speed that Mercury is presently at, unaltered, is about a 5.5 month journey out to Jupiter. Yes, continue to the site. Stop telling me I don't know what I want.
Not to add further pressure, but while that's PP in the chat as a possibly good question, I don't know what it means. I don't know what that word is.
Perihelion is an astronomical term. I think it refers to the greatest distance of its orbit or something like that. But I'm not great at that. I'm just learning these terms. I'm a baby.
It's like a orbital dynamic term.
It comes to something when my PP smarter than I am.
So. Every man's like that. Don't feel bad.
Wildheart, you got a dedicated troll account, man. That's amazing.
I know.
That's impressive. I don't care what
you said. It was there 10 minutes before I got there.
I'd be so humbled by that.
Celebrity.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you have I'm sorry. And let me get my chart real quick here. I've got this. Got this on one of these little deals, which is
Oh, I
nice.
love those. Yeah, those are cool.
Okay. All right. So right now, this is, and it's close enough. The year doesn't change it that much. This thing's a few years old, but it's good enough. Today is the 22nd of February. Let me get that right. February the 20. That's about 22nd.
So it's actually 23rd.
In the northern hemisphere, if you looked up at Draco, the 3 stars would be to your right. Okay.
Yeah.
And those 3 stars that I'm talking about that are supposed to be getting blocked out are these what are that Greek letters right there. And in the drawing on the representation on the left, that's positions 2, 4, actually 19 as well,
19.
which you can't see with the human eye actually, and 10. So 2, 4,
10.
and 10 get blocked out.
Yeah, because you can't see the other one to start off with.
Right.
Makes sense.
I mean, it's there and it's part of the constellation. You have to have a really clean air and really good eyes and real total darkness for a human eye to see that.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you have on the map on the right, you have the North Star, then you have the Little Dipper, and approximately the inside of the scoop toward the handle of the Little Dipper points almost directly at the head and hands of Dagon.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the location.
That's cool. Yeah. Oh,
we lost a Mac, didn't we?
And Pixie.
And Pixie. My goodness.
Coincidence?
Well,
yeah.
well, actually, yes. It's coincidence.
Yeah.
Not together. Not together. What did your bean pod, actually pea pod, say?
Yeah, P. Yeah.
I don't know if it has reached perihelion. You can look it up pretty easy by name. That was C as in Charlie 2017 Kilo 2 K2 Pan Stars spelled with 2 R's at the end. Pan Stars, and S finally finishes it. And there's all kinds of information about it. Just help yourself.
Yeah, so
I like the 3-dimensional image that you can rotate because it makes for a good example of the approximated distance, etc.
Yeah, I've seen that problem before. It's good.
Perihelion is the closest it comes to the sun, not the furthest. I was absolutely backwards on that term. Not surprising.
I get used to it.
Yeah, I guess the perihelion would be somewhere at our present estimates. And if everything goes as we think it will, that is NASA thinks, not what I think. Its perihelion is going to be something about early 2024. Something like that. Because it enters our solar system something about late 2023.
A couple of years in. Pack your bags.
I already did, man. I started packing my bags before they even found this thing. I actually packed my bags in 2013.
Yeah.
So, could you see any correlation with it matching up with the eclipse that's supposed to come through on April 8th of 2024?
There's supposed to be an eclipse April the 8th of 2024. An eclipse of what?
Like the one like we had in 2017 that went across the United States, but this one's the one in 2017 went made a line from, I think it went through 7 Salem's.
Okay.
And then the other one's supposed to cross it. Or maybe it wasn't 7 but this other one's supposed to make an X, and they cross at supposedly a Salem, more or less like crossing out peace. That's just kind of
Okay. So some preacher or self-proclaimed prophet has said something like two lunar eclipses. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's 2 total solar eclipses where it gets dark for
solar eclipses. Okay. Yeah. All right. And because there's a path that would create over time, the shadow, right? And because the moon is on this, actually because the earth wobbles, at some point those two paths are going to cross each other. I have to ask something like, and this is just me being skeptical, okay?
Yeah.
Is there something in the text of the Bible or some other book, some other religious book that says those two events should happen? If so, does it say they should happen continuously and there would be no eclipses between them? If not, and sorry, I do this with everything, even the stuff I believe, okay?
Yeah. No.
This is just where my brain goes. Is it possibly wrong? Is the first question I ask. Is it cherry picking?
Right.
Is it 2 solar eclipses in a row? Is there something saying it has to be a solar eclipse and it couldn't be something else? Those kinds of critical questions. I'm sorry, I'm so critical.
No.
It's pretty damned arbitrary if there's a solar eclipse between those two events. Well, what about the solar eclipse path that doesn't cross it over the other path? Why doesn't that matter? Or what if the end, if it creates a T, would that have been representative of the cross? And thereby that means it's the time Jesus is coming? I mean, these things seem kind of
right.
It seems really just taking advantage of the situation. So where's the prophecy from?
Oh, I don't know if it's any prophecy. It's just supposedly the path of these two 7 years apart. It's just
you didn't do this research. Who did this research that said that it's going to, those two paths will cross over on a town called Salem, crossing out peace? Who said that? It wasn't you.
No.
So who was it?
I don't know.
Was it a member of your church?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
It's going to be hard for me to look up if I can't get a name or a channel name or a church name or something.
Yeah. Well, I'll look up. Maybe it might have been presented in a member's, just their research on a certain, the path of these two that are 7 years apart,
Which I'm not saying, a guy like me could never say something like God couldn't include you in on that and it'd be right. Okay.
Yeah, no. I was just curious if you got any insight that what you're talking about because you're saying it could be towards the end of 2023, beginning of 2024, a line, just being another one of those signs or whatever. If this is to take place, I was just asking the question to see if you got any insight from Spirit saying yay or nay or any correlation with the two or anything.
Okay, so I get a feeling of numbness, and my mind has a feeling of doubt. When I pray about it, it seems like the answer is, and then when I think about it, I go, well, okay, this could be wrong, this could be wrong, this could be wrong, and I don't see it in the Bible.
Right.
So right away, I become skeptical. And does that make me for a good situation of prayer? No. When you're skeptical, you're biased.
Right.
And when you're biased, you're not honest. And that's tough. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you who I am. I heard some televangelist declare on stage during one of his sermons, which I don't watch his sermons. Someone clipped this and showed it on their show. I would not even have known about that. He said, this COVID-19 will not last as long as you think. And my brain went, hold on a second. How long do I think it's going to last?
No, that would be psychic, yeah.
Well, he doesn't mean me, right? Because it was supposed to be a message from God. It would be talking to the preacher. Well, now I want to know, because he doesn't mention it, how long does the preacher think it's going to last? Huh? Or did you just say something that could be completely interpreted 1,000 different ways by different brains?
Right.
And I have to ask the question, would God say something, were they a God, that could be interpreted by 1,000 different ways by 1,000 different brains? And is that giving clarity? I know exactly what you're thinking. And is that clarity? Exactly. And is that clarity? Well, no, it's not. It's temporary confusion, and that should be a problem unless it was intentional. Right.
Yeah.
So when this guy says something like, I'm giving you God-given message of clarity, he's full of shit in the first line.
Right.
And that's exactly where my brain went the first time I heard it. And then he continued to do the same thing, leaving himself plausible deniability in every statement. And I went, people believe this.
Yep.
And to retort to you, Wildheart, there's no plausible deniability in the prophecy in the Bible. Either it happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But I would add the question: Are you justified in believing it's going to happen before it actually happens?
What do you mean by justified?
Do you have good enough reason to be convinced that it's going to happen before it does?
Well, obviously, according to me, I have good enough reasons.
Well, yeah.
Convince me.
Yeah.
You want to rephrase the question?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. It's all like philosophy how that works. You just
well, let's try it like this.
Yeah.
Do I have reasonable evidence that's persuasive enough for like a majority of human brains?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I think if you went over all of it and you accepted the differential charge between inner and outer solar system, I think you would see this as plausible. Would that be persuasive? That's up to you.
But is that dependent on your kind of vision thing that you had?
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah. So people will have to have.
But that doesn't affect plausibility.
But it makes it more convincing.
No, what you just committed is an informal fallacy.
Yeah.
Called the genetic fallacy, where the source matters to the information. No, it doesn't.
No. It won't affect whether it happens or not, but it might affect how convinced you are that it's going to.
It's not supposed to. That's logically fallacious.
That's what I'm asking.
It's just like let me say this. I met a crazy guy in a mental institution who said insane things every day. Yeah. Okay. But before President Trump became president, he said, I think that that guy Trump is going to get president. Was he right or wrong? Well, he was right. What's that got to do with him being crazy? He could be absolutely insane and say a bazillion wrong things and still be right about something. That's the genetic fallacy. He's in a mental institution, thereby he is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't matter that I'm a stupid equipment operator who's pretty good with a chainsaw and fixing mechanical things, and I've got this stuff to say about the Bible, and I don't have the accreditation. That was actually New Genesis Connection's objection earlier today. It's just irrelevant.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that is irrelevant. Yeah, you don't need credentials or PhD. You can still be right.
And you could have all those credentials and be wrong, and that's why.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's irrelevant. Yeah. Now you're more likely to be right if you're educated.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll grant that.
Chance, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's only if what you were educated with is also correct. Is primarily correct.
Yeah.
So you get taught something wrong, you're just going to be more wrong for your credentials.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what kind of part does it play in your believing? I'm so confused about that. What part?
Do you know Greek?
If it doesn't increase your confidence,
what
did it actually do? Just get you started on the kind of journey thing?
Who, me? Personally?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, David and Goliath is plausible within physics and chemistry in our actual solar system, something that I was completely unaware of, even to the extent that some other planets did have moons. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So when I went to prove the reading of it must be wrong, it just kept confirming and kept confirming and kept confirming. Mm-hmm. At some point, I had to admit to myself, even though it was uncomfortable for me and I didn't like it because I was an anti-theist, that this is plausible as a decent explanation in reality in our actual state of affairs of the inner solar system. And
the actual vision didn't convince you. So.
What's that?
The actual vision didn't convince you. It's what you've learned since.
Oh, hell no.
Is the evidence, yeah.
No, I went immediately to NASA to prove it wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Because I knew NASA knew about those things and I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first thing I did was I went to nasa.gov and saw if it was those objects were there, because I didn't think there were moons over other planets.
Yeah.
So I learned something right after reading that. I just didn't know, man. I didn't care. Yeah. And then right down to the numbers in the Bible are the only two numbers given in the story. Which I think this is intuitive. If you take the larger number divided by the smaller number, you get the frame. What's the right word? Aperture. F. Is it called f-stop? I don't know what it is. How long the aperture on a camera stays open? What's that called?
I don't know. I know what you mean, but
the aperture
open. Aperture.
Yeah.
I'm saying I don't even know the right word. I'm saying aperture and it's aperture.
Aperture, yeah.
The aperture setting is what for taking the most familiar pictures that we still use today.
Yeah.
Of those two moons, which look like brass and iron, and measurements are given for brass and iron. It was the shutter speed. That's the right word. It was the shutter speed for those photos in both cases. Mm-hmm. Same shutter speed. And that was 8.333 seconds, actually. That's 5,000 divided by 600. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. And I thought, okay, they wrote this after we knew about these objects. They must have, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no way it could be this accurate. So I went and looked at how old the story must be. Not what the Bible claims, not what people claim about the Bible. That's not good enough. But what's the youngest the story could be? The story of David and Goliath itself. You may know where in England is the Holy Cross Church.
Not sure. No.
If you go to I think it's the northwest corner. I could be wrong about that. There's a relief carving in the supporting structure for the building, the foundation of the building. They let somebody carve David and Goliath into that and date it. It only has 3 digits of date.
What's it called again?
It hadn't gotten to 1,000 years yet. Holy Cross Church.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
It's got to be somewhere near you. That's a small town.
Yeah, might be able to visit it. Yes, it's very close. Yeah.
There's a relief carving in one of the corners in the foundation of David and Goliath in the classical view of it. Not in what I think it means. but they dated the carving. It's only got 3 digits in the date, something like 729 or 721, I think. I don't remember. Or 970. I'm kind of dyslexic. It might be 900 and something. Anyway, I hadn't gotten to 1,000 years yet.
Cool. Yeah, St. Helens is very, very close to me. About 10, 15 miles. Cool.
So I thought, well, you couldn't have faked that.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
So I know the story is at least dated to before the change of the first 1,000 years of this calendar, right?
Yeah.
So I know how long ago that was, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I know that the Galileo discovered those moons and got to name them in 1610.
Right.
That's why they're called the Galilean moons. So literally, people before that did not know those moons existed, or he wouldn't have got to name them. That makes sense too. So those moons were discovered in 1610.
Yeah.
So we can't have written record describing those 4 moons before 1610. You can't have it.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a 700-year difference. It's not like it's 2 years or something.
Make sure I got this straight. Are you saying that the Bible predicted the shutter speed of the camera?
Yes.
That was going to take the photo.
Yes.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying.
Just wanted to double check that.
Yep, that's what I said. All right. You're right.
Yeah,
I said that. And that's pretty damn specific.
That's that's.
But February the 8th of 2012, when I entered the number, 8.333 into the computer, Google's #1 answer was the shutter speed of that camera.
Well,
for those photos.
Yeah. It's not exactly like it says there will be wars and rumors of wars. It's a bit more specific than that, you know.
It's really specific, yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, science books are filled with those photos from that mission, from that camera.
Yeah.
Until very recently. We got some better pictures very recently.
This is quite impressive. Maybe it's true. Very impressive.
Hello again, Holy Spackle.
Oh.
So no, I didn't believe this because of the dream movie that happened in my head while I was awake without drugs. Yeah. I immediately went to try to prove it wrong, knowing in my heart of hearts, in the back of my mind and throughout all of my brain, this was wrong. And that I just had like the world's first acid flashback, never having taken acid.
Which brings me back to my original point. So why would I need that similar vision? Could I not just go out and learn what you've learned since? If the vision doesn't convince you anymore, could I not just decide to learn about that kind of stuff and just learn about it without the vision? Because you said I'd have to have the vision as well. I don't understand
that. I guess I don't understand what you're proposing or requesting of me.
You know, when I said, would I have to have the kind of vision that you had?
To have the exact experience that I've had?
Oh, a similar one. We'll go with similar.
You could have something, you could have different information that you find, but what I would find persuasive isn't exactly what you would find persuasive. We're different humans.
No, but I'm just saying, if it's all there in the Bible, can I not just learn what you've learned since without the vision? Won't I be in the same position?
Of course you can.
Right.
I mean, you could just look at the literal evidence and plausibility of this. I mean, try this simple exercise. I've done this with a lot of people, and anybody can do this, and it turns out right.
Yeah.
Just go to 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel's 4:6. Shoot, I can't remember where David and Goliath. I can't remember the darn numbers now. 1 Samuel 4:26 through. I'm no good at numbers. David and Goliath. Yeah, use a search engine.
Got it. 24 to 26. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 Samuel 17. It's like all of 17, the beginning of 16, and the end of 16, all of 17, the beginning of 18. I'm so bad with numbers. I'm so sorry, everybody. Please don't listen to me right now. Don't listen to me quoting numbers ever, unless I've done a lot of work to memorize it. Take out a piece of paper and a pencil, and in the middle of the paper, just draw some simple icon that represents King Saul, and then some simple icon that represents, David, his 3 older brothers. They were introduced in age and or size order, but then when they go to the war, they're in a different order. So you put the big one in the middle, the next biggest one towards Saul. The smallest of the 3 brothers goes out away from Saul. Just draw the whole thing as an overhead view. And I don't know how you get something other than the solar system.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. If you just get out of the 2-dimensional and go to the 3rd dimension of height, and you draw what's in the story, it's our solar system.
Yeah. Yeah. I got what you mean. Yeah.
If you can just read it and imagine that you're floating above in a helicopter or something.
Yeah. But I was just confused because I thought you said I'd have to have a vision, and then I was just wondering why you've learned everything since that.
Right.
Yeah. So I won't be able to do it without the.
Maybe we had some miscommunication in the past, or I said something poorly, or it's hard to tell.
It's just,
or maybe you asked me, how could you have the same experience? And I'd say, well, you'd have to have the same vision to have the same and then it wouldn't be the same for you as it is for me, really. Yeah, I might have said something just quick and off the cuff like that, carelessly.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. You know how slow I am. It takes a while to click sometimes.
Harple Blues said, if I do that, I get a mama duck and 3 babies. Well, your duck doesn't have enough babies because apparently she didn't have the army of Israel, the army of the Philistines, or Goliath. If she only had 3 babies. Yeah. He's brilliant. He's just joking. Just playing with me. Yeah. So, and then David declares himself a planet, when he says, I was in my father's house in Bethlehem, that's the house of bread, literally, or Virgo.
Yeah.
I went to tend the sheep, that's Aries. Along came a lion and the bear, that's Leo, and Ursa Major is in Leo. It's in the 30 degrees of Leo. I smote them both before returning home to Bethlehem. That's 4 points. One of them repeats. So you have a starting and a finishing point in a certain order, which you can only approach from one way. Unlike if you only had 2 points, you could approach it from either way.
Yeah. Plus, isn't there some dispute over whether Bethlehem actually existed at that time? Is that
if the what?
If Bethlehem actually existed as a place.
Oh, it didn't.
No, it didn't. Definitely didn't. Yeah.
No, it definitely did not. In fact, during those years, it was an Islamic town.
Yeah.
It was taken over with some minor but quiet Jewish residents there. It does not have a wall. That's not true. It wasn't that big of a town that it needed protected. Generally, nobody knew it was there anyway.
Yeah.
About 300 years after the first Jews got there, some Christians showed up, and that was a mess.
Yeah. So basically, the story doesn't work as an actual story. No.
Besides, it's not. It's okay. So, what's the name of the castle in London? What's the name of that again? Windsor, right?
Windsor. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that? What's Windsor mean? Is that the name of the castle, or is that the name of something else?
No, that is the name that the current royals stole Basically, it's not their name; they're German.
That's
so
right.
They stole the most English-sounding name they could find, and it was Windsor.
Right.
Just made it up out of whole cloth.
Right. So it actually refers to a well-established English name.
Yeah.
Right, which is why they chose it.
In German. Yeah.
Could you imagine naming a town House?
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense.
Unless there was some bigger thing that was older that was named House.
Yeah.
That you're actually referring to.
After that, yeah.
Now, I ask people all the time, and Christians actually have a problem with it. Which is older, the constellation Virgo or the town of Bethlehem?
I would say the constellation by quite
it's a
long
lot, thousands of years. Yeah. So the town is actually named after the constellation, not the other way around.
Yeah, that would make more sense. Yeah. Holy Spackle says, what years Islam comes after Christianity? 600 years AD. Israel's neighbours were Sumerians, I think, and other heathens. Pesky heathens.
Yeah, there are no heathens. That's just the Catholic Church persecuting people. Israel neighbors were Sumerians, I think, and other heathens. What years? I'm not good with dates and numbers and stuff like that. Holy Spackle, if you look up, let's see, where did I find it? First, the name, it's really interesting because where Jesus was born and where he traveled to and what town he was from, which he was not born in or traveled to, all makes perfect sense with the translations of the words. It's not confusing at all. It's only confusing the way that someone strike that bot for me, please. I don't want to be permanently recorded. Thanks, bro. I just don't want to be part of the permanent recording. People, I don't mind that people like porn, look up porn, view porn. I don't care.
Yeah,
I just don't want it in my side chat.
Overkill. Yeah.
I got no problem with it. I think humans are just sexy as hell, and I'm fine with that. I can't get attracted to something else, so I guess that's normal. I
think so, yeah, for humans at least.
For humans at least. I mean, if I were a puffin, that would be really weird.
Might be a bit weird for a dog to be attracted to humans, but yeah, it's normal for humans.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm attracted to humans, actually. I mean, it seems to make sense in my world. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, it turns out that Nazareth and Bethlehem and what was the other word? Crap. Help me out, Spackle. You know it, Kirk? The other major town associated to Jesus. Galilee. Got it.
Galilee. Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, that the larger one that encapsulates the others, it means a walled city with rotating gates.
Yeah.
Now they didn't have rotating gates around a wall. The wall didn't rotate. The gates didn't rotate in a wall. That's not physically true. Damascus was probably a pretty good guess.
That's what I was thinking of as well. It was a time when Jesus was born. They reckon that it didn't really exist. It must have been like a couple of farms or something. Bethlehem.
Right. Right. That's more like what it would have been in that time frame.
Yeah.
Right. So it means a walled city of rotating gates. That doesn't make sense in reality unless it's talking about the zodiac, and all of a sudden that did make sense from a geocentric view. Yes, it's geocentric. Okay, fine.
Yeah, got it wrong about that.
Well, the whole zodiac doesn't make sense unless it's geocentric. Actually, it gets really weird if you don't look at it that way. It puts spring in the wrong place and flips stuff over and fry your brain. And then Bethlehem, which is the house of bread or the provider, is a thing within that larger thing. i.e., the planet Earth.
Yeah.
And then he is a Nazarene, means he acts as a door or a gate, like a one-way valve. Like he lets some in, others he doesn't let in. So you go through the whole name and and it's a good description of who he is, what he does, why he does it, and where he's located. Pretty darn good altogether. But it's not a proper name for a singular person. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, you know the trouble I have with it is I just can't like start from the thought that the Bible's true. Even if it kind of makes sense in that kind of way you're describing it, I don't think you should just trust a book.
I don't think that was evidence that the Bible's actually right. Actually right.
Yeah.
Like you could have a series of short stories by Stephen King that all make sense against each other because of singular authorship.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
That doesn't make it. That doesn't make it anything besides fiction.
Yeah.
It could still be fiction.
Yeah, still be internally consistent and
right.
Not correct.
So I'm not. The Eye of the Needle is an interesting story. I'd love to tell you that story, Spackle.
Was that the camel one?
Yeah, it's easier to put a camel through the eye of a needle than it is to put a rich man in heaven.
Does seem like an odd saying on its verse.
Not if you're from the Middle East, it's not.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. When you're creating carpets and you use a weaving needle, it's got a hole carved out in one end of it to guide the thread, pull the thread through.
Yeah.
The yarn, whatever you're using. And they made them a certain shape so it was easy to thread them. And that shape is kind of like, say, this is the end of the needle, very exaggerated, right?
Yeah.
But those needles would have been, seriously like this big.
Oh.
Yeah, like really big. Some of them are like, 2 feet. I'm sorry, 2/3 of a meter long.
I don't think
for carpet making and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so say this is the end of the needle. They carved out a trough this way and a trough this way because that guides the yarn into the hole.
Yeah.
So you have a trough like this, it's straight up and down and parallel, and then you have a larger area, and that ends up in a point because you want your yarn to be pulled straight at the end of the needle.
Yeah.
Okay, so it makes this. It makes that shape.
Right. So
you know what else has that shape? A camel.
Yeah, so it's based on the shape and the. I mean, for a needle, that is quite a big.
Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Is it not? Oh.
Entryways into personal courtyards in walled cities were the size and shape of a camel.
Right.
And they called the architectural shape is called the eye of the needle because before there were even war, there were carpets.
Yeah.
But when war came about, they started making gates the size and shape of an adult camel. Now, why would you do that?
Because camels needed to get into the city.
Right, but you didn't want
men on top of them.
Right. You didn't want anyone to charge in your city ready for battle.
Right. So they have to walk them through.
Right. You have to walk them through. But first, since they're the size and shape of an adult camel, what do you have to do?
Yeah, you have to
dismount and take everything off the camel. It's a real pain in the ass.
Clever, smart. I like it.
But it's not about liquefying camels. That expression has nothing to do with liquid camels. No. It means it's a real pain, but it can be done.
Yeah.
Okay. So not physically impossible, really. It's just the Americans assume. I was over there. A native man actually explained this to me before I was ever religious. It was an interesting point. I didn't know why he was telling me. Now I do. I hadn't read the Bible back in 2005.
Yeah. So. But you just hear it and you don't do any further research, and that is what you will come up with. That kind of thing. if you just hear the statements and don't look into it, like
right,
like you were told, you will come up with
sure.
Pouring.
I promise you, no one in the Middle East is reading that saying the same way.
Yeah, they already know what it means.
Yeah, they would automatically know what it meant. Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, his name was Muhammad, but we called him Mike because we're prejudiced Americans.
Yeah.
It was during Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. I was there as a mechanic dedicated to a special forces group in a war zone.
Cool.
And I was there from December 05 to January 07.
Wow, well done with that.
Which means I got tax exempt. I got a year of tax exempt. Most money I ever made in my life.
Yeah.
Bought some toys when I got back to the States.
Yeah.
Like a full-size Ford F-250 toy. Bought one of those. That was fun.
If you're over there anyway, there's not much else you can do other than work.
Oh, yeah. There was like little merchants shops that we could get to every once in a while and like buy some food or something, or maybe a trinket.
Yeah.
But you certainly couldn't spend the money you were making. Yeah. There was no way to do that.
You're not buying Xboxes over there, are you?
Not exactly, no. Besides, Special Forces had those shipped in. I didn't have to buy that sort of thing.
All right. Well, free business.
Yeah.
No?
Right on. They had, we had satellite television. We had HBO and Cinemax and video games and grilled out lobster and shrimp and steak at least once a month. Those dudes get what they want, man. I'm telling you.
Mind you, they do kind of deserve it as well.
Yeah, by some measures, yes. By some other people's measure, no. They don't deserve anything. But anyway, I was stuck there with them as a civilian. I was ex-military at the time. That's how I got the job in the first place. And I had a lot of experience on military equipment, so they sent me over there and paid me way too much, about 4 times my going rate.
Cool. We can get it.
Yeah. That was 105 in 1 year tax-free.
Wow.
Yeah, so I once made 6 digits. True story.
Cool. My PayPal is I'll put it in the private chat.
I don't have that money anymore, bro. It's long gone. Like I said, I got home to the States and bought a lot of toys. I liked the toys.
Yeah.
This conversation has gone way off the Bible. Challenge me.
Yeah, sorry. I've derailed.
That's okay. I bought a Ford F-250 turbo diesel, which was it was a 4,400 cubic or 7.3 liter engine. Right. If that means anything to you, I know what that means. You know what that means.
No.
7.3 liter. You know what that means?
Talking car. Let's start basic. We're talking cars on motorbikes.
Yeah, internal combustion engine on car. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Not technically or mechanically minded whatsoever.
Okay.
When it comes. Yeah.
Well, you can imagine 7.4 or 7.3 liters in your mind, right? In volume.
Yeah, going off Coke bottles,
Yeah.
Pepsi bottles, yeah.
Okay, imagine an 8-cylinder engine, and if all the cylinders were down simultaneously, it would hold that much volume in the cylinders.
Quite big.
That's yeah.
Yes, quite. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Never thought of it.
Yeah, 446 cubic inch. That's right, Harple.
Yeah. Just think.
Peace and respect. Welcome, Brian Stevens. Good evening.
Brian Stevens. Let's see.
And it was a true crew cab with an 8.5-foot bed. That's an extended bed. I bought a 24-foot horse hauling trailer and made it into a workshop. I completely outfitted it with every tool I could imagine ever needing on a job as a construction guy.
Yeah.
And
turn up on
altogether,
Saturday,
that whole rig was probably worth. I bought a lot of the stuff used, or but still in good shape. The truck and the trailer.
Yeah.
But had I bought that new in U.S. dollars, let's see, I spent about 50 grand on that.
Wow.
But if I'd bought all that stuff new, it would have been closer to like 200 grand worth of stuff. Yeah.
So what happened to it? Did you just sell it on for?
When I got all godly and religion-y and stuff,
Yeah,
I gave it to the girl who wouldn't marry me.
Oh, sweet.
She had kids.
Gave it away.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah.
I mean, they weren't my kids, but she was a decent person, and they were decent people, and
yeah, that's quite good.
Yeah, she asked me like 5 times that day, "Are you sure? Are you?" She just kept saying it. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm really sure. I'm giving you all my crap. That's right. I know it's a lot of crap, but I'm giving it to you." Oh yeah, and call what was the motor company? It was I made one payment on a motorcycle and then I let it default. It was a Yamaha Silverado 1700 cc.
That sounds expensive. Not knowing anything about it.
$32,000.
Wow. Yeah.
I only made one payment, so I didn't pay $32,000. I told her, call them. Don't try to keep this or sell it. You call them and report me and have them come pick up their bike because you'll be in trouble.
No chance of getting your payment back. No.
Yeah, they took a loss on that bike, but they take gains on a lot of bikes, so they're okay.
I think they're doing all right. Yeah.
I'm sure Yamaha survived despite me.
Yeah. Make good keyboards as well. I don't know if it's the same company.
They make a lot of products.
Yeah.
They make big, heavy equipment. They make motorcycles. They make radios and electronics equipment. They make. I mean, a Yamaha keyboard is not a joke. That's one of the better ones.
Yeah. Jack of all trades. So.
Yeah, the special forces guys gave me a Walther 9mm semi-automatic with that wasn't registered anywhere on the planet.
Right. What? Just while you were over there, or did you get it?
No, I got to keep it.
Yeah.
And I asked them before I left. I said, "Do I need to give this back to you?" They're like, "Oh, it's not registered. You can't trace it back to us or anybody else. Just take it." Like, holy crap!
An open invitation to murder someone when you get back.
It would be if a person were so minded.
Yeah. You can use this gun, shoot anyone, no way tracing it.
And I tell you what I did. I took it apart into its base components, and I mixed it in with all my mechanics tools, and the people inspecting the shipping, they couldn't tell the difference between gun parts and mechanics tools.
Yeah.
Because I had some really fine mechanics tools, fine measuring tools and everything else. They had no idea what they were looking. They looked right at the gun.
Yeah.
Said, box it up and ship it. I'm like, all right, thank you.
Like I said, I could see a few flaws with someone, a bit more criminally minded.
I mean, it just looks like a bunch of machine parts. If you take it apart, it doesn't look like a gun.
Yeah.
And under the X-rays, a whole bunch of wrenches and machining parts and micrometers and stuff. Boy, it just blends right in.
Yeah, especially if that's what you're doing over there, yeah. Like working with machinery and that.
The said item, a Walther 9mm, did have a stamp number in it. However, it's impossible for that stamp number to be traced back to a purchaser of any kind.
Yeah.
It was never registered. By the way, if you'd like it, just go to Hopkinsville, Kentucky Police Department and claim to be me. Prove that you're me, and you can pick it up for free. That's where I left it. There was no charges on it. I just never went back to pick it up.
Can I get that colour that you use on your beard? You know the specific number? Can I get that again, please?
I got a box right there. Hold on. You asked. I'm going to tell you. I'm not embarrassed to be gray, and I'm not embarrassed to dye it. I think it's a respect to the Christ.
I mean, it might be worth pretending to be you and going a similar kind of beard and using the same colour. Nice. Revlon. Yes, good Mac.
So it's Revlon color number 42.
Yeah, give me a few months to grow out the beard and we'll have a go at picking that done up.
I mean, her hair in that picture is really what color my hair was when I was, in my prime. Like, that was it, man. That's what I looked like. Well, I wasn't that pretty, but anyway.
You look more refined, to be fair. More, yeah.
Refined. That's a very polite way of saying weathered and put away wet. And you're right.
Distinguished is another term, yeah.
Yeah, I got pulled over for running out of. I ran out of gas and the cops showed up. And when they did, I had that Walther, and I had a military issue flak vest that I wore over there when I was over there, which the SF guys gave me, part of basic issue, so you can just be okay.
Yeah.
And they confiscated both those items, which you can fully understand why they would.
Yeah.
And then they ran them, and I knew they were clean. They were clean. Then they called me and said, "Okay, come pick up your crap," and I just never did because I left.
Yeah.
So little tiny town, Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Incidentally, the home of who was the they called him the sleeping prophet, that famous dude, United States, predicted the future and
Edgar
stuff.
Casey.
Edgar Casey's home. I lived right down the street from Edgar Casey, where he was born into.
Oh, by the way, what happened to Steve tonight? I've just noticed his picture just above my head.
Yeah.
What happened to Steve?
Steve was awake this morning early.
Right. Yeah.
Which means he's not awake for this afternoon. But a real decent guy. I love him. I really appreciate his brain a lot.
He's a delight.
And I'll shill him even if he didn't show up.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, guys, this is getting pretty dead in here, and I feel like it's dead in here.
Yeah. I will be. What time is it? Speaking of time, it's 5 to 6. I will be putting on one of my channel if anyone wants to join after this. And thanks, Richard. It's been brilliant.
If you want to go ahead and take time to create the stream and link it here, go ahead.
Yes, I should do that every time.
Take your time to, go ahead and link it here. Just in case somebody wants to hop over from here. So, Kirk, you want to like wrap up your thoughts for this evening, please?
Wrap up my thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm pretty I would like the opportunity to, I guess, put it out there for whenever the Spirit would think it would be appropriate to just extend an invitation to, new Genesis or whatever and her husband.
Yeah.
Because I think, because I was a little not as patient. I could see in myself getting a little, a little impatient, and I know I could be better. So maybe that's where it's coming from, just knowing that being different, that it could open up channels in a different way. We could have asked questions differently, or, I don't know. But yeah, sometimes it's just hard when they're just so set in their ways that, and they don't want to, you know, they're a lot on the surface level. They're not taking it deeper, so it's a little difficult.
You know, the problem with arguing against that is it's so consensus confirmed. And just that they say, oh, you know, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people worldwide agree with me makes them feel pretty darn confident about it.
Yeah.
Now, for me at this point, I have progressive conversations to have. I know that I will. I also know that I'm not going to have a progressive conversation because I have invited. When one of them, the husband and wife team, show up, it's the wife, not the husband. That's a mistake on their part.
Right.
They immediately go into a red herring when it was well outlined. And I feel like the whole thing was a waste of everyone's time, including hers. And taking that into consideration, I'm not going to be inviting them to have a conversation with me again unless our paths cross each other in end times. And end times proper. And maybe if what I'm saying is true and they experience it, they'd be more willing to have an actual conversation with me. But right now they can't.
Right.
And I've tried at least 30 times.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they're always in the side chat and they just ask questions, or
channel.
Somebody else's channel.
Yeah, not this is the first time either one of them showed up on my channel. They both came.
Which one is he?
The husband and wife are New Genesis and DB Cisco.
DB Cisco.
And you can find them all the time over on Ace Theo's channel. You can find them all the time. But they just go there and make fun of other people for their beliefs in the Bible. That's all they do.
Well,
Doesn't matter what they say.
Be...
I mean, you're a sweet, sweet man. You always have been. And I agree with you in principle. I don't know that you're going to have an honest conversation with these two. And I think tonight set me over the edge that I'm now convinced that can't happen. Not with me anyway. Maybe it can with you.
Yeah.
Well, but I know they're not going to be honest with me.
They're just not. Right. So they're so set. They're just so set in their way that they're not willing to just have a conversation and be okay that they don't have to agree with everything that you say or whatever. You know, they just. Right. It's like, well, it's more or less like this is like you've expressed is like, if you're not, it's like they have so much doubt. Cause if she was saying, she's like so fearful and stuff, is like, if you're fearful, truly your God says, I do not give you the spirit of fear, but the spirit of power and of love.
Right.
So right there's telling me that you're not confident in your faith.
Well, certainly not experiencing all the gifts of the Spirit.
Right.
I can say that comfortably.
Yeah.
Why exactly? That's hard to say.
Yeah.
And they would have to tell me that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, your humanitarian heart shows through again, Kirk, and thank you for always having that. And thank you for your patience with me. And you have been patient. And those that you love, as you can emotionally afford it, spoil them rotten every chance you get, brother.
Will do.
All right. I'm gonna hang on till Wildheart gets back because I promised that.
Yep. I'll run this up. I put the link in the side chat, and Cryptic sends the best as well. She's in the
Oh,
chat.
how nice.
Says hello. And it's not, yeah, nice to meet you, Kirk, as well.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Wildheart has a regular channel. It's entitled Wildheart Again right now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Due to deleting too many channels.
Right.
Yes.
So it's mostly relaxed conversation, comedic relief. Some really interesting personalities show up over there.
Yeah.
Including Wildheart the man himself, William Freeman, Brojo, Plastic Jesus. Yeah, really interesting, funny, witty, big fun stuff. And I think Titan Uranus, he shows up over there in your side chat, doesn't he?
Yeah. Got a lot of good people on some reason.
Right.
Nothing to do with me.
So if you're not tired yet, and I am, buzz on over to Wildheart Again's channel and check him out and go harass him and have a good time. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's going to harass you back. So everyone who came in tonight, including MacTheHuman, Midnight Sparkle, who unfortunately didn't stay long enough for me to bring them in, Wildheart Again, Kirk and Angelisa Harap, thank you so much. And everyone who came by in the side chat, including Peebo Thulu, Titan Uranus, Holy Spackle, Pixie Storms. Pixie Storms came in for a minute too. Didn't say much, but she came in. And who else was in the side chat? There was a couple others. Obviously, New Genesis and DB Cisco dropped by for a while. Harple Blues. Brian Stevens, right on. And going way back there, Wild Hearts PP, which is a reference to legumes. It's a reference to legumes. Rebuke and Reprove and Saint Tommy. Jenna, which this is only like the first few times Jenna has shown up. Thanks for coming by. And that K, the green K, that was Kirk. Okay. And that brings us all the way back to the beginning. So thank you all very, very much for making this show exactly what it was, which I consider to be a great success.
Excellent. Yes. Thank you very much.
Kirk, are you doing anything on the social media stuff you would shill?
No, I don't do anything.
And Wildheart, you are not only on YouTube, you actually share your videos to. Go ahead. You are muted.
Just started on Twitch, dual streaming. Yeah, I've got about 3 followers at the moment, so anyone wants to join the Twitch channel as well, that'd be appreciated.
Right on.
Yeah, everyone who does that Twitch thing.
And peace and respect to you all. And as I wrap up, I want you all to know that I truly look forward to the day that we're all great friends, which by that I mean how we'll know each other in heaven. Good night, guys. Till next time.
Good night.